Welcome, welcome, welcome. I have been waiting to get back to these. Welcome to another creation review. I've gotten so far behind because of life. Oh man. It's a good thing being behind. That means there's still a huge influx of creations coming out. The first we have is Phrasing, a killer that is a child concept. Phrasing by Tuna DBD. I don't know if the killer is supposed to be called the tribute or if this is a tribute to something. Very strangely set up, but perk wise. Oh, the name of the perk is tribute. Okay. When hooking a survivor, gain a token. Use a token by using a lunge attack to instantly break a pallet. Lose a token in the process. I don't think that you're saving much time by using a lunge attack to break a pallet. Especially when you have like brutal strength and things like that, you can break a pallet in somewhere around 1.5 seconds. But I suppose if you run that with the, what is it, no, not unrelenting, is it unrelenting force? When missed attacks recover faster? Possibly. But essentially, you're getting one free pallet break per hook, which doesn't sound like that great of a trade-off. Yeah, when hooking a survivor, gain a token. If that's the case, why not do it Demogorgon style and just have your power break pallets? I don't know. Does it? Every killer has a meh perk, so that could just be the meh perk. Very interesting, using a lunge attack to break a pallet. But if you do want to keep it like that, I would suggest reducing cooldown on that pallet break, or adding a cooldown on how long that, or adding a time that it takes to break a pallet here. So it's not just based off of basic hit times, and you can tailor it to be just a little bit more useful. Because how it sits now, you have to go through the entire animation, essentially, of a lunge hit. The pallet's going to break, then you have to recover from using a lunge hit, which is going to take, I'd say, right about the same amount of time as you just walking up and kicking the pallet regularly. You might save half a second or something along those lines, but it's not going to be anything worthwhile time-wise. Especially because you're going to have to respect the pallet, which means you're going to have to wait, then you're going to have to lunge at it. Second perk, Boon O Totem. Start the draw with 5 tokens. When snuffing a Boon Totem, consume a token. If you have a Hex perk, you can consume a token to place your Hex on the Boon Totem. If you do not have any Hex perks, the totem will be broken and unusable. After running out of all of your tokens, your Hex totem becomes a Dull totem, and Boon O Totem deactivates. Well, number one thing, if it's a hex, Boona Totem is going to take place of one totem from the start. There's only 5 totems in a match. So the maximum amount of tokens that you'll ever be able to use is 4. Just from the start. So you should start the trial with 2, 3, or 4 tokens, as opposed to 3, 4, and 5. When snuffing a boon totem, consume a token. If you have a hex perk, you can consume a token to place your hex on the boon totem. That is a very bad idea. Why? Because of Devour Hope being the obvious number one answer there. And Ruin, and the second obvious answer being Haunted Grounds. Every time you snuff a boon totem, you put down a Haunted Grounds. Or Hex Pentimento, the new Hex. Because technically that would come into effect as well. And it would literally just end up being... Well, I guess it wouldn't be... No, because yeah, that would enable you to light totems without them first being priorly broken. Then they could go and they would break it. You would then rekindle it. And then they would have to break it a second time. So yes, for that particular hex as well. Also, it'll prevent you from being able to use Hex Pentimento to its full capabilities, because Boona Totem will take the place of 1. So you would ever only get a 4 max effect and not the 5 of blocking everything else off. Which is going to be very rare to get the 5 anyways. And I mean, there are among other hexes and things like that that would be broken to be able to place down hex totems again. But I mean, this has been a discussion in the community for a long time. People want the ability for Killer to be able to relight totems like Survivor's Light Boon totems. The thing is, the entity is the ones that lights all of that and sets all of the hexes and things like that. Those are bestowed upon Killer by entity, because they give the entity an offering. The Killer themselves are not saying, well, I think I'm going to use this, that, and that, and that, and they don't have the power to bestow a hex by lore. They burn an offering to the entity, which in turn grants them the hex. So giving them the ability to just make hexes appear is essentially infusing a Killer with a essentially infuses the Killer with the entity's power. Now when it comes to Hex Pentimento and things like that, that is a perk and Killer by base. So when this Killer was sent to the entity, or however she got there, because I haven't never read the story, there was some sort of agreement or some sort of deal struck, but the entity felt it beneficial to bestow upon her this power, but she has it by base. And even then, she doesn't necessarily have the ability to bestow a specific hex. She's just rekindling broken totems and giving them a little bit of her particular power. So in this particular sense, it's still albeit grasping for strolls, lure friendly, because it's with her by base. She can't just add any other specific hex that she feels like it on the totems. It's just one specific thing. Which, knowing her background and things like that, makes sense. um, there's really nothing much to say. Unfortunately, there's no way to balance this. Because Hex Pentimento already exists. So you can't really change this to do anything else without stepping on that hex's or perk's toes. And relighting hex totems is a fundamental problem. Especially if killers can choose. Also, if you have multiple hexes ran at the same time, how are you going to decide between them? Or is it just going to be random? And then Descent. When hitting a survivor, reduce their movement speed by half a second / seconds. Reduce their movement speed by 1 to 2 seconds. You're gonna have to define that. One, when hitting a survivor, that little bit of a boost that they get from you essentially can't be altered. I mean, you can try to give them like the not the incapacitated, the other one, the old ball and chain effect. What's it called? The one that makes you move slower. Whatever effect that is, but that's like what, a 10% movement speed decrease or something like that. Which is very significant after you get hit for the first time. I personally don't think that movement speed should be reduced for 2 seconds, aka the same duration of that new perk, Overcome, which I think Overcome needs to be nerfed too, but I mean, it's fine as it is, but it's kind of very unfortunate if you don't have an insta-down style killer or an ability for fast downs or anything like that. It's very unfortunate. It's gonna make playing nurse and things like that harder, because after you zoom to somebody or teleport to somebody and get that slap, not only are you stunned from doing that, they also get this huge distance from you, which generally, unless you have add-ons and things like that, or you're just a very good nurse and can predict where they're going and things of that nature, aren't going to be able to teleport to you in one go. So it's going to take at least another stun and another teleport to even get near that survivor again. Unless you walk up to them, hit them, then teleport to them, but still, same case. It's going to be very inconvenient for nurses. That's one of the main reasons why I think Overcome should be brought down to less time. Secondly, if you do get that hit on a survivor, they get so much distance from you, it's almost not relevant to continue the chase. Because you're taking a lot of time just to get that first hit, and then they essentially get a free escape from you Not a chase in, just a free escape from you after you get that first hit. They can run out in the open. So if I hit you on one side of the map and you have overcome, you can essentially make it to Kill Shack on the other side and continue to loot me, or any other type of stronger loop, and continue doing what you're doing, and I just have to kind of grin and bear it. So I'm gonna say further define what reducing their movement speed is for 2 seconds, how much, and then that's going to have to be balanced, then tested or play tested in public test beta to get any type of future knowledge to see if it's actually viable. Powers: advantage of a victim, press the active ability to hold your trap. When releasing the trap, send the trap flying in the direction you want it to go. Hit a survivor or hit different survivor 4 times to gain a tier. Tier 1, this will trap players, causing them to fall on the floor. They have to escape it. This action takes 5 seconds. So like a bolus. Tier 2, this will not trap the players, but instead injure the players. Tier 3, this does not injure the player, but instead traps them yet again. However, it takes 12 seconds to escape. Special ability, Tier 4, you must injure the survivors 15 times. Be able to instantly down the survivors with the exposed effect for 20 seconds. You are unable to use this ability again. And this is supposed to be a toddler, right? Or a child. 11-year-old child. What is trap? When you initially say trap, I think of bear trap. When you say trap, I think of a trap being, well, you know, the actual definition of a trap. It's used for ambush and things like that. Traps are usually something that is set and then activated. Entrapping or possibly killing something. So when you say press the ability to hold your trap, when releasing the trap, send trap flying in a direction you want to go. Hit a survivor or hit different survivor 4 times to gain a tier. It sounds like a throwable bear trap or a throwable type of snare or something of some sort like that. Or even a bolus. However, then it adds the term hit a survivor or hit different survivors. So now I'm concerned with it being like a throwable type object that's not actually a trap. You know, like a frisbee or a disc or something like that. Or bolus that traps, then deals damage, and then traps. So, there are a lot of things that need to be defined here, word-wise. It's like a very decent rough draft and can go somewhere, but it needs more time put into this. You're not specifying what kind of trap it is. You're not specifying, you know, how the trap moves, what it's supposed to do, or anything like that. The only thing I know is it traps. Survivors have to break out of it 5 seconds. It injures, and then it traps. And I can't even fathom like any type, like, I don't know, it's very hard to comprehend. I really can't come up with any type of explanation or logical statement that says this. There's no information to go off of. So I'm going to assume that it's a bolus just by nature because it's a trap that's thrown or something that's throwable. The bolus goes around players' legs. They have to escape it. That action takes 5 seconds. I want to know how long it takes to hold, or how long to hold your trap, how to cancel it, how long it takes to cancel, how fast it flies, etc., etc. Very, 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 very fine-tuned explanations. If the power, I mean, like, if the power is going to mean the main thing, because perk wise are kind of short and sweet, so this killer is going to rely on their power to get any type of play. So you're going to have to very, like, very, very much flush out the power. And the problems I see I see from what I can read thus far is if the trap takes a while to, wind up and throw or to implement or anything of that nature, 5 seconds is a little crazy if it's a fast trap that can be deployed, or a trap that can be deployed fast. I said that backwards. So you're going to be looking at needing to decrease that. Because if you get somebody with it, say they're hopping a window or something like that, 5 seconds, they're not going to be able to escape. You could get somebody from almost long distance, if it goes that far, and they're not going to be able to escape. Tier 2 will not trap players, but instead injure the players. I'm going to assume you have add-ons and all that makes the trap just injure. And I'm going to think of that more as like a spike bolus. That instead of tying things up and having that, it just kind of goes and just thonks them, injuring them instead. I personally, instead of injuring them, would just apply the deep wound status effect and still trap them. So if they do escape, they now have to go and mend their wounds. And if they are in any type of pursuit or anything like that, it just makes it for a fairly easy down. Or you can pull a legion, throw a bolus at them, or say a spike bolus at them, and it would tag them, start a bleed out timer, and then you can go after another survivor that's nearby. This should make this very effective unhook wise. But I mean, how this is set up, every 4 hits, it's going to tier up. So I mean, I guess it's not that very effective giving them the dupe wounds since it's only effective for 4 hits. I would change the hit different survivors 4 times and possibly even make it able to be switched out in a locker. Because the 12 seconds that it's going to take to escape's obviously going to have to be removed. I would either use add-ons or make them swap out interchangeably, like the clown's bottles, things like that, or just let them get refilled or something at lockers. Go like that particular method as opposed to making it based off survivors being hit. That just sounds very weird. And most projectiles, traps, and things like that generally have a limit associated with them. So it can't be just essentially spammed. Excuse me. Because it's a particular item. So there needs to be some sort of limit because it's a throwable item. Like all other throwable items in the game, there is a limit. It's not a power that comes directly from killer, it's something that they bring with them. But I definitely find a way to make your system work a lot more efficiently. Add in, decent limits, things like that, and kind of balance it to a Dead by Daylight level. We have Victor. That's funny. An older child. I mean, this is a very good rough draft, but it's all dependent upon how you expand upon this that makes this worthwhile. If you leave it as is, it's going to end up being subpar and not really given a lot of attention. But if you come back in and add more details, more things to it, then I could see that popping. It was almost a half an hour out of a couple of lines. I think I did a decent review there. That's the Child Concept by Tuna DBD. Swordsman Among the Dead chapter concept. Why does everybody say chapter concepts? Why do you want your own entire whole chapters when that's hard to even get just a regular killer in the game. Then you guys, you always say chapter concept, always go way too far in what you're doing. They literally incorporate everything. As I stated before, if it's a regular killer that isn't ranged, it's going to have 4.6 most likely. Unless it has some need to move slower. If it's a ranged killer, it's most likely going to be 4.4. And if it's something with any type of like super hyper movement that isn't like a nurse or something like that, it might be a little bit slower. The problem with this is already from the start, you already have an attack animation put in, a wipe animation, stagger noise, pallet break animation, wall break animation, vaulting animation, Mori animation. Like, all of this is unnecessary. If they're going to use your idea, one, they're going to create their own map. So, I mean, you can probably say, hey, I think a map inspired by so-and-so, or the great area of the samurai would be cool. Possibly even list an area, but you don't need an entire paragraph depicting and explaining what's going on. And if behavior was the user concept, they would probably ask you for any types of any ideas or anything like that before, well, if they wanted the advice to. This is way too much. Way, way too much. And I'm not going to go over that. Because if they do implement it, all of that's going to change. Lore-wise, the design, like, you're putting way too much effort into this. The last persons that I went over was about the equivalence of that in entire concept. It was under-designed. This is a classic example of over-design. And I say that because if one thing changes in this concept, the entirety of the concept is going to have to change along with it. If you put 1,000 hours into something that just doesn't get approved and somebody says you need to change something that's base about the design or something else like that, everything else is going to change. And also, going into this much detail, you tend to miss things like killer height, things like that. You tend to miss things. So basically, what I'm saying is leave the details to the professionals. Don't over design. Don't have this super long lore. Keep it kind of simple. That's said 5'7", but it doesn't say tall, medium, short. You assume 5'7" is either going to be a medium or short, but 5'7" in today's society is considered fairly short. But back in those days, can be considered fairly tall. You don't know. Primary power, kendo techniques. What? He even has a power art. A man holding a katana up to his head, obscuring half his face. The samurai can take a stance that allows him to dash forward at great speeds and cut and injure survivors. Now, by dash, I hope this is defined before I even go over this as the amount of time it takes to get into stance, the amount of time you dash, if the dash is controllable, and what the dash does. What I hope it doesn't lead to is what everybody else goes into as a mini mori. I hope they just leave that concept out. So let's see, it takes 1.6 seconds to enter stance after pressing the, just say power button, or secondary power button. It's a lot easier. So after pressing the power button, to enter a kendo dash, press the attack button while in kendo stance. Okay. The kendo dash can go through destructible walls and pallets, both being destroyed after going through them. Now, my question with this type of statement right there, which I hope he defines later, is if you kendo dash through something that's destructible and the survivor is on the other side, do they take damage? Because you don't say you dash and like break pallet on impact like, Demogorgon. He hops at the pallet, it breaks. He gets stunned after his little bit of attack, and then continues the move. And again, cooldowns and things like that also should be mentioned. Kendo dash can also go over short walls and through windows. Now you're getting ridiculous. Because if you want, I guess the easiest way I can put this is look up kendo. If you want to base something on a particular thing, base it off of actual kendo. You don't see people kendo dashing through destructible objects, destroying fairly big objects like pallets, and one dash and going over short walls and through windows and things like that. Kendo dash should not be able to go over short walls and through windows. Absolutely not. Because then what you're going to have there is you're literally just going to chase survivors, and as soon as they try to use a pallet or window, you're going to end up damaging them. When kendo dash makes contact with the survivor, the samurai will appear behind them and the survivor will be injured if healthy. I'm assuming the old school cartoony samurai dash where they dash past the person and then slide their sword away or something like that, and then the person just falls over dead. That type of thing, but it's just going to deal damage. If the survivor is already injured and are hit with Kendo Dash, a short cutscene will play of the samurai putting his sword back into his sheath. As soon as the sword is sheathed, the survivor screams and then is put into the dying state. Well, you're not going to get a cutscene, but they probably can do an animation of him shaking off his sword or sliding the sword back into the sheath after each samurai dash. Cutscene 1 would have to be designed per console and per PC. It's going to have to be rebalanced. It's going to have to be play tested over and over. And cutscenes during endgame for games like Dead by Daylight and things like that is going to cause huge issues, glitches, things like that. There's going to be people that glitch during cutscene and get stuck in it and are unable to play, and a whole bunch of things like that. It's the reason why there are no cutscenes besides Moris and things, things that are basically just straight in-game implemented thus far. Very glitchy to add a cutscene in. As well as most cutscenes that you see in-game that aren't like Moris and things like that. The character models are generally frozen. The person that's getting it done to them and the person that's doing the action will see the cutscene. For everybody else, the models will be frozen in place until the cutscene ends. In order to use Kendo Dash, you must enter Kendo Stance, which is just standing still in a pose. Kendo Dash has a range of 16 meters. Really? 16 meters? I don't think you realize how far 16 meters is Dead by Daylight range. Think of it as, well, the tear radius is 32 meters, so when you hear the killer approaching, so about half of that. If you want to put things into a perspective, imagine the distance that a killer can lunge, but times about 3. Because most killers lunge at 6.5 meters per second, but it's only like for 0.5 to 0.6 seconds. It's not very long. So you're looking at the dash or a lunge attack that a killer can hit you from times to about 3 to be generally around that area. That's a lot of range. That's a lot of damage. Kendo Dash has a width of about 6 meters wide. And a huge width. Why is it 6 meters wide? I mean, I understand the sword art and all of that, but 6 meters wide, you typically can't miss. Especially if it has to deal with going over windows and small walls. I don't think the creator of this thought about going through pallets and windows and things like that. You're always going to get a hit with 6 meters. Always. If a survivor even goes near a window, you could essentially just dash and you'll always hit them. Anytime a survivor tries to do any type of action, you're going to get a free hit on the survivor. You don't even have to hit the survivor at 6 meters to actually deal damage. After missing a Kendo Dash, it has a cooldown of 15 seconds. After hitting a wall, or hitting a Kendo Dash in a pallet or destructible wall, it has a cooldown of 10 seconds. After hitting a Kendo Dash on a survivor, it has a 20-second cooldown. Your power doesn't need a secondary power, son. I'm going to throw that out there now. With all of this put here, you don't need a secondary power. At all. You don't need a secondary power, you don't need a tertiary, you don't need any of that. This is more than enough as a power. And these are going to have to be redone. Remember what I said earlier about you don't want to put a bunch of things down and have this really fleshed out design, because if you have to go back in and change it, you're going to have to do a lot of work. You should have these sitting on the back burner, then are barely defined, you know, just listed everything. Make it informative, but don't make it extremely long and fleshed out like it's the final concept, so it can be changed. There are a lot of things that still weren't mentioned throughout this entire thing. You mention cooldowns, but you don't mention how long it takes you to get in the stance versus exit the stance. How long it'd take until you actually initiate dash. I'm assuming now that it's instantaneous. As soon as you hit the stance, you can immediately dash. So how long does it take to get in stance, etc., etc.? If you hit a wall or something like that, does it immediately end? Do you bounce off? What happens? Because it is a dash. And things of that nature. Even though it's for the most part defined, there are some things that were missed that need to be added. Basically, just the vague things. In order to use Kendo Dash, you must enter the Kendo stance, which is just standing still in the pose. The only information you give me there is you have to be standing still to use the dash. But you don't explain anything else, like the times it takes, cooldown wise, things like that. You tell me the range and the width of it, but you're not telling, or the cooldowns, but you're not telling me the things that I actually need to know. I need to know everything to implement the animation into the game, if you're a designer or something like that, or a programmer would be. You need to know all of these informations. If not, you just have to find a generic value and implement it, and then test it, and then change the value, and then test it, then change the value and test it. Like, is he supposed to be able to go in the stance and move quickly? Is he supposed to move in the stance and move slowly? Like, these are the things we need to know. Is there charge up? Is it just snap and go? All of that. How long is he stunned for after he hits a survivor and all of that? You're telling me what the cooldown is, but how long is he stunned for afterwards? Or is he not stunned at all? You wrote so much out, but you still missed so much of the pseudo-obvious things. You add in the cutscene and all of that, but you don't add in, the basic things you're missing. Secondary power, Kendo agility. As I stated, you don't need anything else. I would remove the secondary power. Before we even read what it does, I'd remove it. Doesn't need to be here. You have so many things up here that this Kendo Dash can do. You don't need this. The samurai has powerful legs that allow him to climb up the great heights and climb structures. No. I went over something similar to this about the xenomorph. Somebody wanted the xenomorph to have the ability to jump up ledges and things like that, on top of a lot more powers and things like that to enhance movement. No. The Demogorgon, who is a leaper, who crawls in the upside down and things like that, doesn't have that ability. The only person that can essentially climb things is the nurse, and that's part of her teleporting powers. She is unique. Stop trying to take things from her. I'm actually We'll be back in a second. I'm going to leave people who want to go ahead and read all of the secondary abilities and all of that some time, and I'll be back. All right. Now then, I had to go. I forgot to water my planter that I have. So I had to go do that real quick. Because if I don't do it now, I'm not going to do it. And it's going to die. And I'm going to be quite sad. And perturbed from doing it again. Samurai's perks. Score Chuck. Everybody. So what's happening here in the community is everybody is getting inspiration from new killers and then from popular ideas in the creations forum. And what they are essentially doing is they are it's Monday using essentially the same concept, which ain't bad, but they're using the same concepts as, popular killers and popular concepts and all that, but they don't have any type of how do I explain this? They're using popular concepts, but they're not using them well. Like, for example, they want to bring in Scorch Hooks, but the Scorch Hooks give you 7% haste boost for 20 seconds. That's not a very good use of a Scorch Hook. A Scourge is like almost like a disease or a curse. And you're going to use a cursed hook to apply 7% haste boost for 20 seconds. One, no, absolutely not. If you want a 7% haste boost, you're probably only be able to get 5 seconds out of that, realistically. Two, it shouldn't be hooked to a hook. It should just be on hook. You get a speed boost. And there might even be perks that are associated with that in Dead by Daylight. I'm not particularly aware at the moment of them, because I'm doing it live and I'm not recording a video or anything. So there probably is a better perk that does essentially the same thing that's not even hooked into Scourge hooks. Now, perk art. Oh, art, okay. Art is the name of the perk. Shinobi running with hooks surrounding him. Oh. Oh. Okay. You went even farther and said what the perk art looks like. Okay. Second perk, Kendo Knowledge. When breaking a pallet. I apologize, my collar keeps rubbing up against the mic. It's probably causing noise problems. When breaking a pallet or breakable wall, survivors within 16 meters of you will have their auras revealed for you for 3 seconds. Kendo Knowledge has a cooldown of 45 seconds. Most aura reading skills, Dead by Daylight wise, have cooldowns of about 30 seconds. But 45 is completely fine. I can agree with cooldowns and things like that. Especially if they're more than base. Auras revealed to you for 3 seconds. I can agree with that. Within, a specific range. I can agree with that. The only problem that I have is, this perk ain't that bad. When breaking a pallet or breakable wall, survivors within 16 minutes, you have their auras revealed for 3 seconds. It's not that bad. It kind of makes barbecue and chili look like a joke, but it's not that bad. The problem I have is your killer has the ability to essentially cut through pallets and essentially injure survivor and then be able to continue a chase. There's no definition or any type of design that the killer gets stunned after using a dash. There just shows a cooldown. So without the knowledge of what your killer can do, etc., etc., I'm not going to be able to confidently say that this is a good perk. I also haven't considered any other perks that are semi like this. I don't think that there is off the top of my head, but this can be incorporated to be a great perk. But the killer that it's being on, it's very, I don't know, the incorporation in it's kind of it's very suspicious. Because if this ends up working the way I think it's going to, you're going to get a free hit when a survivor drops a pallet by base. If survivor elects to continue the run, the same loop and all of that, you can essentially get another hit based off of the location that they go to or where they go next. It's very good for seeing where they are, but since you're going to be essentially looking at them anyway, after you get that first hit, it's kind of redundant as well. This on other killers would be amazing. Especially on something like Legion, who breaks pallets as you vault them. They drop a pallet near their friends or something like that, or on a generator. You vault it, everyone within that 16 meters gets their auras revealed. So you can instantly know if there were other people working on a generator or in the area or anything like that, and you can kind of get a head start on your chain. Any other killer that breaks, I mean, Bubba's, Billy's, any of them that have quick breaking things or attacks that can break. Even Oni has his uses to get that aura tracking ability afterwards. And allows you to essentially know where the survivor's going, aka like Killer Shack. If a survivor, if pilot is faced by a wall and survivor drops it and tries to escape, or do something funny, or use window again, or extend any type of kill shack plays, or any of the other tile sets, you're going to know exactly which way they go and exactly what they do right after that. So it is a good perk, but like I said, your killer is so, I don't want to say wish-washy, because there's a lot of thought and effort that has gone into this. But it's very as much as there's displayed, it's still incomplete, and it needs just a small revision. But the perk itself's not too bad. Hex, Path of Suffering. A hex that punishes the survivor. When a survivor completes an action, such as completing a generator. Well, when a survivor completes an action, cut that off. They are inflicted with the exposed status effect for 60 seconds. Can I get a no? An absolute no. Do you know how disgusting this is? It's bad enough that, I'd say it's bad enough. Haunted Ground exists, Devourer of Hopes and things like that already exist. You're potentially knocking them completely out. But I guess Devourer of Hope still has its Mori effect at the end, so it still has some value. You're knocking out Haunted Grounds and any other perks that give survivors the exposed status effect. Because it's an action. It even kind of takes away from make your choice, because I'm pretty sure unhooking counts as an action. So you've actually nullified so many other perks in the game that this perk is way too overpowered. Because you don't need to put such as. I mean, it's great to have. It's too long, is what I'm trying to say. Like, a hex that punishes survivors. Whenever a survivor completes an action, such as completing the generator, in parentheses, or quotations, then put, they are infected with the exposed status effect for 60 seconds. You don't have to keep listing actions. On actions, on actions, on actions. You just need base stat, or the space thing that it does, and then an example for people that are reading that don't know what actions are. The exposed status effect, exposed status effect for 60 seconds is ridiculous. That is a hex in and of itself on Haunted Grounds and other perks and things like that that expose this. But to be exposed for every action that you do, I don't think you realize how many things in Dead by Daylight is considered an action. And survivors would stay exposed essentially the entire game. And 60 seconds based off of every exposure is absolutely ridiculous. You wouldn't be able to do anything. And it wouldn't be bad if it had a cooldown and can only affect, A cooldown, it's gonna have to be very, very hefty, like 60-second cooldown. And it's only gonna have, or only be able to affect one survivor at a time. So it's gonna have to hop in between them. Because that's kind of, well, I guess they can affect multiple survivors since it's gonna be like 60-second cooldown. Survivors are just gonna have to kind of pay attention to what people are doing and stage their actions well, I suppose. But it definitely needs some sort of cooldown so everybody in the lobby doesn't stay exposed the entire time. Because you're essentially making a plague that doesn't have to do anything. Because anybody that does something is going to get exposed. Prestige rank, bonus weapons, add-ons, and a lot of them, I might add. Survivors injured by Kendo Dash are instantly put into a dying state, but removes the ability to Kendo Dash through pallets, windows, and destructible walls. Why do you feel that that's a good balance? Instantly put survivors into a dying state, but now you can't dash through walls and everything else. I mean, if we're thinking about things reasonably, you shouldn't be able to dash through walls or do any of that, anyways. The killers that are able to go through destructible walls using their powers have a force to them that actually allows them to do that. The Kendo Dash you're talking about is just essentially a slicing motion as you go by. You're slicing as you're dashing. That's not made as a blunt force. It's not made as a force of body when it comes to things like that. So, I mean, counter argument, you shouldn't be able to dash through pallets, windows, destructible walls, etc., etc. Anyway, you're using samurai swords, katana. What is it called? A negata? A negata? Naga? Naga? It's a naga something. Naga katana? Nagatani? I don't remember. It's the long one. The long polearm like weapon with the blade at the end of it. That's curved. You'll see samurais with that. You'll see samurais with the katana and then the shorter katana blade. I don't remember what that's called. And things of that nature. I mean, bows, arrows, etc. And a lot of weapons from that era. And I don't know about you, but an actual katana, I don't think. Oh, an actual katana, an actual samurai, I don't think will be able to dash and be able to do things like this that crazily. And if you do manage to do something like that, it's gonna hurt a lot. But I mean, who am I to talk? I've only barely scratched the surface of samurais and things like that. I'm assuming the person that designed this concept knows a little bit more about that than I do. But I still don't think it's reasonable to allow somebody to go through a breakable door, through a pallet, through a window, and through a destructible wall, and then take that away from them and instantly put survivors into a dying state. That's absurd. You're not losing much. other one. When putting survivors in a dying state, all survivors within your tear radius scream and are exposed for 15 seconds. Well, I mean, this beginning with the tear radius and all of that, essentially, is already a perk. You're just adding the expose status effect to it and making it a add-on, so you don't necessarily have to run that particular perk. Generally, I wouldn't go over these, but I was just kind of interested how they would incorporate that. Map designs, kill shack, hook designs don't necessarily matter. And there's a survivor, the professional prankster. What? How do you go from samurai to prankster? Interesting. I mean, I didn't read the backstory. It could have been a Halloween party as far as I know. So, sure. Perks. Terrible Tinkerer. You gain the ability to loosen hooks. Loosen hooks increase survivors' chances to escape by 5%. It takes 12 seconds to loosen a hook, and hooks are unloosened if they are sabotaged. Terrible Tinker has a cooldown of 60 seconds. So, on sabotage, you are allowing survivors to have an extra 5% chance to escape. Which equals all the way up to a 9% to escape, and with slippery meat becomes like a 13% chance to escape. Let me tell you why this is a very unique design, which I like, but is a very bad idea. When a survivor is hooked, and they go through the 60 seconds of first phase and the 60 seconds of second phase, any unsuccessful escape attempts shortens their timer. And not only does it shorten their timer, it shortens the other survivor's time. We call that hang time. You hear me referencing hang time all the time, and using hang time efficiently. The problem with this is a direct use against hang time, and this essentially validates people who are impatient. That's funny. I was going to say something else, and I was combining two things together, and I got impatient. But this justifies impatience and trying to unhook yourself, which is something you shouldn't try to do unless you absolutely have to, in most cases. Even if the killer is face camping you, you still should not attempt to unhook yourself. You should use that hang time to give the other survivors a chance to deal objectives and then come up with a plan to save you. And if they can't formulate a plan, I mean, you still have 2 minutes of hang time, which keeps the survivor locked down. It takes 80 seconds to complete a generator. Between the three, if they complete 2 generators, that's 160 seconds. You've already taken up 120 of that. So 40 seconds more on top of that, they can escape. And the killers wasted their time. You are... I'm not going to say a terrible person, but you are not a team player if you're always trying to escape from hooks. It's there to bait you and make you essentially get rid of yourself, because there's only a 4% hook escape chance. And I've played with new survivors before, especially beginning of season, that as soon as they get on the hook, they try to take the chance to escape and end up essentially ending themselves. Especially because they suck at hitting skill checks, so they essentially die very quickly at the beginning of the game, leaving the rest of us semi screwed. I'm kind of glad that they have that short tutorial. It does explain a lot of things, but it's not that much of an in-depth explanation. They need to add another tutorial into their game explaining the small things that they actually need to know. They don't need to know about looping or anything crazy like that, but I think you need to explain the game mechanics more. I mean, it goes over it brief, but it doesn't exactly go over it well enough to where new people understand. So I've been in games where people, some people intentionally do it, and some people don't intentionally do it, and they don't understand what's going on because you're like, man, you die quick on this game. If you get caught, it's basically over. And I'm like, what? And they go to explain, and it's like, no, bro, you literally did that to yourself. It briefly goes over it, but I mean, if you're not paying attention, like most people ain't, they just kind of want to know the basics and get into the game. Or they've watched a streamer for a long time and get into it, and they get into a game and they realize, oh, I'm not as good as the streamer. Or, oh, my teammates aren't as good as the streamer's teammates when they play are. So I'm just going to end it and go to the next game. So I don't like my teammates. I wouldn't necessarily add this in because it's going to justify and validate trying to escape from hook. And that's going to cause a lot of problems. A lot of problems. I like the loosen the hook and things like that, but boy, you're setting survivors up for failure. And the escape from hook thing is one of those. Just because a button pops up on screen doesn't mean you should push it type of deal. But if you're playing the game and you're getting a button prompt up on screen, you're going to be interested and see what happens. It's how games have designed players to think. Like, like, for example, if there's a secret in a game that you found or something like that, if you walk by something and you get a button prompt, you're going to turn around and be like, oh, what's this? And press the button, regardless if it blows you up. Flavor text, blah, blah, blah. Locker trap. After repairing generators for 30 seconds, locker trap activates. Entering a locker allows you to place a trap inside the locker that triggers anytime a killer opens the trap locker. Anytime a killer opens a trap locker, they are stunned for 3 seconds. The locker must be empty for the trap to activate. Three things here. One, if you're going to make locker traps a thing, you're going to have to prevent any other survivor being able to go inside of the actual trap locker. There should be some sort of animation or just them not being able to access said locker, so it should glow or have something to let survivors know that they can't use that locker. Because if a killer opens a locker and it goes off, a survivor that opens the locker, it should go off. Two, you essentially just blast mined a locker. I don't know why a killer would ever open a locker, unless I guess you're using deception or something like that. And bringing the killer to your location, or they're a trickster or huntress or something along that nature. But for the most part, most killers generally don't interact with lockers unless they have a reason to. 3, I'm assuming it works like Blast Mine. You just hop inside of set locker, set trap, and then just leave locker. Or I guess it would force you to leave locker after you set it. But I also would like an elaboration on how long it takes to trap the locker, things like that. I'm going to essentially treat it as Blast Mine and it's instantaneous. But once it's set, you're ejected from locker. Because if you're not ejected from locker, what you're going to have is people being chased by killer, hopping into locker, setting a mine, head on rushing, using any type of deception or anything like that to make it seem like they hop back in the locker. The killer's going to open it, get blast mine to the face. Flashbang's probably going to be thrown down, which is going to end up being another additional blind. And if the killer still ain't moved, a flashlight blind could come after that as well. And it's just going to be this onslaught of people just hardcore trolling. Last is a boon for supreme strength. Press and hold. Oh, okay. You're gonna go over all of that. Increase wiggle speed of all survivors within the boon's range by 50%. No. Increase wiggle strength to make the killer the strafe sideways by 50%. Possibly, but nerfed. So, making wiggles make the killer strafe sideways more and more is both good and bad. You play killer for long enough, it doesn't really affect you. If you start wiggling to whatever side, you just turn that way and continue moving on. It's not really that much of an inconvenience. You're not going to be able to get a 50% increase, though. It's already an inconvenience as it is. To have a inconvenience the entire way, no. You can add some, but 50% is a ridiculous amount. Increasing the wiggle speed of all survivors within the boon range is ridiculous. There's already enough perks that increase wiggle speed. And if you run all those perks together with this huge 50% increase, you're going to essentially wiggle free before you even leave the boon's range. So if you put the boon somewhere that's not fairly close to a hook, all the survivors are going to do is run to the boon's aura before they go down. And by the time the killer picks the survivor up and makes it outside of that aura range, the survivor is going to be dropped. You can have an effect that increases wiggle speed, but you're going way too over the top with things. That's kind of been the concept of this from the start. Everything's been way over the top. It's been overly balanced, overly positive, and things like that. Never mind. Pictures of armor, things like that. Oh, I'm not signed in. So I was like, that makes more sense. I don't know how I got signed out. Maybe somebody accessed my profile. Who knows? I don't know why you would. because I don't have anything on this. Everything that I do is recorded on videos. Sometimes I leave a statement or something like that. But if they do get a weird statement, it isn't going to particularly concern them. Because if I get on one day and somebody's mad at me, I'm going to be like, bro, I stream and make videos of everything I did. It's not me. Clear that new out. Just doing that. Two more of a essentially popped in. Um, Tuna, stop. Please stop. You've already put in a concept earlier that's very short and not completely done. Now you have a entire chapter 22.5 concept. This is probably well made, and if both were made at the same time, it makes sense why this one would have more in it and this would not have anything at all. But why submit this if you have this coming? Submit this and then work on this instead of submitting them both within, hours of each other. And I'm going to assume, since it says survivor concept of chapter 22.5 and all of that, that it's a whole thing and not just a short. Actually, let me just click on it. Nope. It's another short thing. It's got probably more detail than that, but combine these, son. What are you doing? Combine these, unless it's completely separate. But I mean, I would still combine them into the same post. You've posted twice in essentially 2 hours. Just put that they don't coincide with each other or something like that. Even though he's got plenty of views. Most people probably thought that was Chucky. But you've put two very short posts, one of which was a killer concept. The child killer or the survivor concept. Wrong area. The survivor concept is generally going to be shorter, especially if you don't include a bio or something like that. You're just essentially listing perks and having a discussion about how your survivor works if anybody asks questions. I can see that being a little bit shorter. But the fact that this was posted and this was posted within 2 hours of each other, it just seems like you put a basic rough draft here, then went up in the last couple of hours or so and made a rough draft of a survivor and put that there. Finish one concept before you move to another, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Because if you put out a lot of low quality things and you put out like 2, 3, 4, 5 concepts and they aren't all, and they're all are just short, people are going to stop not paying attention to them. As opposed to you putting out one banger every once in a while. Especially this. This has 45 reviews already on it. And anybody that sees that this is popular, because they're probably expecting Chucky or something like that, may base their design off something this similar and not go into any type of detail about it. I'm going to stay away from all of this for now because most of this is fairly new and I'm getting things pushed back to the second page. So I'm going to go all the way back. And Let's go November and higher, maybe. Because I went over Mimic. It's got two ideas. The merged Mimic killer idea and then the Mimic idea. Root of Justice, I've done that. Clock Tower. Yeah, there's just too much to go back and do. I may go back later on when I'm caught up to get most of these done. I've went over the concept of the vampire. Don't see anything marked as edited or anything like that, so we're gonna move on. There's Galenonum. Alright. Edited November 9th, so this is recent and added in. Says, hello guys, I wanted to share with you yet another few perk ideas that I created. Feel free to share your opinions about it. Before perks, just a short introduction for a survivor wielding these perks. He would be an auto mechanic or an automotive mechanic who worked many years in the toxic big industry that had exhausted him both mentally and physically. That's hitting too close to home. Except I was a diesel technician at part of my life. Master certified though. He quit his job and wanted to change his living environment, but our dear entity decided to make use of him before he made any more choices. Oil extraction. After repairing one full generator, this perk activates. Enter a locker while empty-handed and press the ability button to create a ball of oil. If this is going where I think it's going to go, this is going to be hilarious, but probably not being able to be implemented. The bottle of oil can be dropped like flashbang. It is always dropped behind the survivor and leaves a puddle of oil. The bottle of oil can't be dropped during the chase. Interesting. During chase. This puddle gives everybody that comes in contact with it the hindered status effect. That's what I was thinking of earlier. Hindered. Minus 10% movement speed for 6 seconds. The puddle lasts for 20 seconds and disappears when the killer steps on it. In the case where a survivor would run flashbang with this perk and both are activated, it would be a problem. Gotcha. So I'm thinking that the perk must be to the left. Most should be activated first. Note, the puddle of oil would be big enough to cover an entrance to the door, but it shouldn't cover, example, a corridor from wall to wall. It should give the killer ability to avoid it in many cases. Bottle of oil can't be dropped during chase because I think it would be too easy for the survivor to slow the killer, and thus this perk could be easily abused. So I was thinking that the survivor should plan ahead use of the item. I'm thinking about increasing puddle time to 25 seconds, but the reason I'm not sure of this decision is the idea that it would last too long. Oil extraction. That's rough. That is very rough. Well, to do an oil puddle, I don't think there's any type of puddles or anything in Dead by Daylight or at least oily wise. So they would have to make a new texture, and then that texture is going to have to be able to be implemented essentially everywhere. But I assume they will just place the texture over an existing one, so it wouldn't be that hard to program in, essentially, depending on where you use it at. It would just kind of snap to the existing texture. Hindered status effect. 20 seconds is more than enough. I can tell you that. More than enough time. Because the only time you would potentially, drop this puddle would be if a killer is essentially coming for you. Because it's only deactivated during chase. So if the killer is approaching, you can essentially just run out, drop it, and then take off in the opposite direction. And when the killer comes around the corner, they can either step in it and take that speed decrease, or they can walk around. Only thing I'm thinking about right now is math-wise. If a survivor steps in it, they're going to be reduced to 3.6 speed, which is essentially 1 meter per second slower than the killer. So yeah, they are going to be absolutely slapped up if they step, or if any other survivors step in that. So you have to be very careful when you can actually drop it. So it's only really feasible and usable if you're by yourself, or if you're playing SWF and you tell friends, hey, I'm dropping oil slick here. Otherwise, you're going to be trolling other survivors as you move, which, I mean, that's one of the issues you run into when you're putting something down that can affect another survivor, is the fact that trolls and hackers exist, especially PC-wise at higher ranks. You'll be trying to run away, somebody will just drop an oil slick in front of you, and they'll dart and kind of leave you to take that hit. I do like that it vanishes after the killer steps on it, so you don't have to, you can't just keep looping the killer back through the puddle. So this has been very thought through. Only problem or issues that I potentially see is trolls. You know how survivors are and what they do and how they panic. Somebody might not particularly think they're trolling somebody by dropping an oil slick, then vaulting a window or something like that, but you know, things happen. Killer wise, if they step into the puddle, they're going to be losing 0.46 speed on 4.6, so they're going to be moving at 4.14 speed. That don't seem right, but I think that's right. 4.14 speed, so only a tenth of a meter faster than survivors. Well, a tenth of a meter per second faster than survivors. So, I don't know how I feel about that. And how long was this effect? 6 seconds. Oh, also one thing that now you have to worry about, now that the new survivor is out and all of that, overcome becomes a problem. If you drop the oil slick ability down and the killer goes through the oil slick and hits you, that overcome speed that you're going to have not only gets extended for that crazy amount of distance for those 2 seconds, the killer is also slowed for 6 seconds, which is a guaranteed escape. You're essentially a ninja, and at the cost of 1 damage state, you have a free, like, and guaranteed free escape from killer. Like, the killer's not going to be able to catch you for a long, long, long time. It's not even worth pursuing at that moment. So I don't know. I don't know how I feel about oil extraction. Something like it is interesting and would be unique, but player base wise, I don't think they would act right. Honestly, I could see people using it to troll people and force them to essentially take hits. It's a good perk, well thought through. It's been edited and further defined and things of that nature. I mean, as it sits now, I don't particularly have any problems with it. But I'm also trying to think, why would I want a puddle to be there for 20 seconds? Because if you can't drop it during chase, why would you drop or pre-drop a puddle? Because once you hear a killer's tear radius and things like that, they're generally there within the next couple of seconds. So why 20 seconds? So I mean, if you know they're on their way and you drop it, wouldn't you essentially leave? Or let's say you're working on a generator and you just drop it down before you start working on the generator. And the killer comes. If they come from an opposite direction, you're going to be forced to take a window or something else immediately, kind of cutting off that path from you. And if you are in a good loop and you've already dropped it, you're going to kind of have to deal with that, not going that direction and things like that. So I guess the question I want to ask is, why would I want the puddle there for 20 seconds and not just have it there for 10? Or essentially, when the killer's approaching, the ability to set up a trap. So if he does go said way, I can either try to lure him into it and then run, or just drop it and immediately run out the other side before the chase is initiated. So if he does follow me out that way, he can't necessarily catch me at a high amount of speed. So that's the question I want to ask, is why would I want that there for 20 seconds and not want to leave it there for 10? Other than that, and well, trolling, I don't see a problem with it. Experience mechanic. Each time you hit a great skill check, you gain 1 token up to a maximum of 9 tokens. 9 tokens? Oh my. When you accumulate 3 tokens, you gain the ability to reduce the noise of opening the gates by 100%. Do you mean the gate itself or the buzzers that sit on top of the gate? Because I don't think you should be able to reduce the sound of the buzzers by 100%. It's kind of OP. 6 tokens. The killer won't see the lights of the gates when he is further than 24 meters. Most exit gates, you actually can't see them. when you are that far. There are some where, the exit gates are blatantly out in the open, but most actually make you walk around for the most part and actually see where the lights are. When you accumulate 9 tokens, the killer won't see the lights of the gates when he is further than 16 meters. And note, killer won't see the lights if experienced mechanic, user, or opening the gate for at least 4 seconds. Oh, you're talking about 25% tech there. And then edit, in this case, I'm also thinking about decreasing the meters 20 to 20 and 12. But there are 2 reasons why I'm struggling with this decision. First, I want to force the killer to appear closer to the gates in the endgame. But at the same time, I don't want to force him to approach the gate too close. I was thinking of it as a No Way Out version. Oh, Now a Way Out version for survivors, and by that I mean that it would be great at the 1v1 scenarios. The second person is 20 reason is 20 to 12 meters option would be better for survivors since certain gates, for example, Leroy's Memorial Institute or Gideon Meat Plant, can't be seen from a far distance anyway, which I just previously stated. Excuse me. If you use 25% tech, you'll get out 90% of the time. I understand the use of this. When the exit gates are close, killer won't be able to just stand between them and be like, I wonder which one they're going for. But I mean, if they are that close, the killer will generally just see you walking up to the exit gate. So at that point, this perk really doesn't have any type of power. But in some cases, the exit gates are just far enough and behind something that the killer has to walk the majority of the way, or at least a little ways off to see between the gates. Preventing them from being able to see the lights, I guess the problem that I'm trying to bring is you're relying on the individual player's regular vision in that case. Because if you can see the exit gate lights, generally you can see the survivor standing there as well. Unless you have bad eyesight, then you're just relying upon the lights. But as I stated earlier, if you use the 25% tech, you don't have to worry about that. Because survivors will generally see where the killer is. If the killer can't see the survivor, that's a lack of vision issue. But if you 25% tech, which means stop the exit gate, like Galenonum says, stops the exit gate for like the first 4 seconds or something like that, the killer won't be able to see any lights actually activate. You wait for the killer to go back and check the other exit gate, and then you continue. And while that killer's going to check the other exit gate, if he turns back around and comes back your direction after checking, he generally doesn't have enough time to get to you and stop you from escaping. Most exit gates, that's how they work, except for the unfortunate ones that you get that are essentially right next to each other, and there's really no option of escape unless somebody's going to take hits or body block and things like that. But we're talking only specifically 1v1 scenarios. So I don't think depriving the killer of vision is necessarily a good idea by base. I would have to disagree on the entire basis of this perk. They won't be able to hear the exit gates. They won't be able to see the exit gates until they're fairly close. So that's essentially a free escape. They'll probably also get a lot of reports about the exit gates being glitchy and things of that nature as well too, because not being able to see an exit gate kind of sucks. The killer has to put in a significant amount of effort in most cases to get down to that last person. They have to remove all three survivors, and they have to close the hatch to even get to that 1v1 situation and start the end game. So I don't see it being exactly necessary to penalize them for playing well. I understand you want to give the survivors a kind of helping hand because some of the exit gate spawns are ridiculous. But I would push for the exit gates to actually be fixed that spawn super close to each other, as opposed to just making a perk that generally helps every exit gate scenario. Making some situations when the exit gates are, decently spaced, impossible to actually see, which means the killer's gonna have to essentially walk most of the way over, giving the survivor an exit. If it's a 1v1 situation, generally the survivors have failed and the killer has made everything through, completely the round through, taking out three, and has closed the hatch. The survivor, I don't think, should be helped and or rewarded for just being the last man standing. And what you'll find in many cases is Tilted Survivor running Bill's hatch escape one that shows the aura of it, and then running something like this, chilling out, letting his buddies die, and then taking the easy escape to rank up. Never going for unhooks and just playing super meta to essentially very quickly rank up. So I really can't say I agree with experience mechanic. Like I said, this is just my personal suggestion. And it takes a lot, like I said, for a killer to get to that point the where they have essentially fulfilled dominance and has taken out three other survivors, things like that. 25% tech exists, also switch tech, where you light up one light and then you go to the other exit gate. Very, very strong methods to get out, essentially 90% of the time. Me personally, anytime I've used 25% tech, I've never lost an escape that way. I've lost escapes using switch tech sometimes because the exit gates are just way too freaking close, and by the time you light up one light and go to the other exit gate, they've already caught on as to, hey, this guy's not here. They search the general area. They can't find you, so they go to the other exit gate. Which they essentially can just see by looking over. It don't work very well then. 25% tech works on those short exit gates. As long as you pay attention to how far the bar is filled, it might take a couple of times to get to that 25%. It's not going to just be 25%. They come, check, and then leave and go. Sometimes you have to, edge it up to that 25% with a couple of touches of the switch when they're walking back and forth or looking back and forth or whatever they're doing to get it there. And once they turn the head, you just got to go for it. Bearing the unbearable. Once per trial, you are able to negate blindness, hemorrhage, and mangle status effect. After negating them, this perk activates. Once the perk activates, you're immune to blindness, hemorrhage, mangle status effect for 90 seconds. I mean, mangle is kind of nasty, but it's not really that bad. I mean, that perk's kind of meh. I mean, it's good for some things, but it's also, why would I replace this perk? Or why would I use this perk in place of another useful perk? You know? Blindness. You can't see auras. It's not really that bad of a thing. Because generally you're going to know where everything is unless, you're like new to the game. Hemorrhage. You bleed more. It's not really that big of a deal. Because if you're in chase and you're using your loops and all of that efficiently, it's not too terrible of a thing. And then mangled is like, what, a 50% or something like that decrease in healing. If somebody else is healing you and with the boons of healings and medkits and things like that, that's not really that big of an inconvenience. I don't know if I'd give up a perk to stop that. Now, if you add like broken status effect or exposed to be prevented one time, I mean, that's obviously overpowered, but I mean, if it only works, once per trial or something like that, I mean, let me know. Because, I mean, I have a very big rivalry with the plague, and if I can prevent from being broken for one cycle, essentially, of being sick, heck yeah, brother. Heck yeah. Or if Ghostface gets me, or say Michael Myers even gets me, if I can get through one phase of that, okay, we're talking. Haunted grounds, if that doesn't affect me, we're talking. It'd only be a one use thing, because that's extremely OP, but I mean, just not being able to become exposed just for a short amount of time. You can give me like 20, 30 seconds of that, and I'd be happy. That'll enable me, no one escapes death, to not immediately go down if I get hit, and everybody knows that no one escapes death is, up. Which for users don't know, movement speed of the killer is an easy way to determine if a killer's running no at. You want to increase the timer of being immune to 120 seconds. I mean, like I said, it honestly doesn't matter what you increase the timer to, because it's not like super good. It's not super OP. It's just kind of a meh perk. You could probably make it the duration of the trial to never be able to get hit with blindness, hemorrhage, and mangled, and I probably still wouldn't replace it with another perk, because those aren't really that detrimental to play, if that makes sense. Get what you deserve. Why are you gonna post your own perk in somebody else's lobby? That's so disrespectful. I don't see him asking about it or anything like that. Yeah, I don't see him asking anywhere that everybody else posts their specific perks. There's a lot of real estate out there. You don't need to post your ideas in somebody else's forum. But let's see what it is anyway. When the killer picks up the survivor... Wait. When the killer picks up the survivor that he just picked up from tunneling, get what you deserve activates. Run behind the killer and press the action button, and you will get a skill check. Pull out a belt and whip the butt, making them stun drop the survivor. When the killer face camps, you press the action button to make spitting sounds and blurring the killer's vision with. Bro. Bro. Get out of here. It's just a good thing that it's not my forum. I wouldn't ban you permanently, but I would give you a temporary sit yourself down for about 12 hours so you can just think about and reflect upon what you're doing. That's going off of what this particular individual said, but less derogatory and things like that. I have once mentioned, not on stream, but a perk that if a killer becomes within X amount of distance to a survivor, the survivor would be able to essentially wrap their legs around the killer, head wise, arm wise, whatever, essentially push off of them and escape off of the hook. Doesn't matter the phase. That hook transition to get out, because you're basically kicking the survivor in the face and using their face or body as a way to get off the hook because they're too close to you, aka face camping, stuns them for X amount of time, like 3 to 5 seconds, and allows the survivor to go free. Or adding in an ability to just like kick a killer in the gut and stun them for a little bit, which gives survivors time to save you if they are face camping you. There's no penalty for regular camping. If they want to sit around a corner at a distance or something like that, that's fine. Survivors can still unhook and use the borrowed time, hits, and things like that to keep moving forward, the regular gameplay. But if they are face camping you, and face camping, people don't know, is basically standing face to face, touching the survivor, so it becomes extremely difficult to impossible for survivors to pull the other survivor off the hook. That is against TOS, and I do believe that it should be punished. Besides minusing points off of the rank, I mean, it should be punished. It's not fun for anybody when somebody's violating TOS and just body blocking and doing things like that. It's not fun. And face camping and things of that sort. There should be a punishment for breaking terms of service. There should be some sort of retaliation. Queen of Nightmares. This is the very first page. I want to go back to second page. Hellblazer. I went over this, correct? No, I don't think I did Hellblazer. Or did I? It sounds familiar. The synchronicity wavelength sounds familiar. Let's just see what it says. Ever since I saw Hellblazer on that one survey as an option for what licenses to bring into Dead by Daylight, and I've been consumed with thoughts. Exactly what John Constantine would look like as a survivor. I always thought the movie was called Constantine. Didn't know it was called Hellblazer. Synchronicity, wavelength. You always have the habit of knowing where you need to be Well, in advance of needing to be there, at the start of the match, all survivors see the aura of exit gates for 6 seconds. And you see the aura every time a generator is completed. Additionally, the aura of open exit gate is revealed to you during the in-game collapse. Meh. I've played the game long enough. I know exit gate spawns because they ain't changed in a long amount of time. I know exit gate spawns. If you're new to the game, the exit gates are the least of your concern, because at the end of the match you get shown the exit gates regardless. So the only real thing you're really adding to this equation is the aura of open exit gates being revealed to you. But I mean, the game lets you know when an exit gate has been open. And if you're paying attention to things and you've been checking the field out, if you're hooked, you can see the auras of survivors opening gates. If you haven't been hooked, you're probably headed for an exit gate and you know if there's another survivor there or not by that time. So you're not really getting that much intel when it comes to things like that. But I mean, I guess there's perks that let survivors know that you're working on a particular gen when you actually don't want survivors. Well, I guess it works as a counter, so more survivors shouldn't come to the gen that you're at, or if they're in chase, they won't come to the gen you're at. But it's an extremely weak perk. Boon, advanced preparation. You never go into a fight unprepared. In the radius of the boon totem, all empty pallet spawn spots are filled with a phantom pallet. These pallets spawn pre-drop, can be destroyed by the killer 50% quicker than normal pallets, and disappear when the boon is snuffed. Broken pallets do not respawn unless the boon is reapplied. Problem. There is a perk by base that allows survivors to pick up or already dropped pallets. Well, one, the obvious glitching and balancing that's going to have to be done around that. Well, two, you essentially just nullified a part of that perk's usability. Why or how, I guess, is because you're making these pallets spawn pre-drop for one, and two, they keep respawning. If they go and they snuff the totem, they're just gonna respawn when the boon's reapplied. So if you get a totem in Kill Shack, let's say, you run that loop, drop pallet gets broken, somebody comes in, applies a boon, which is going to be generally multiple boons with this boon. The killer can either snuff it and then immediately have to deal with Kill Shack pallet again, or they can just allow survivors to continue to use that. Same with God pallets and things like that. Anytime that a killer snuffs anything, and if there's a totem near a God pallet or Killer Shack or anything like that, and a survivor just applies this boon anywhere near it, and he gets into a chase, he's going to have to deal with a God pallet over and over and over and over again. And every time he snuffs this totem and somebody else relights it, that broken pallet's going to continue to come back. So I would put some sort of, or incorporate some sort of token system into there, so you have X amount of pallets that can respawn or be applied. Because that is extremely annoying to either have the choice of not break the totem and let them keep their buffs, or keep breaking the totem and them just keep using a god palette. Or if it's inside of a building or something, God help you. Because, oh no. Imagine Crotus and the totem spawning inside of there and all of those pallets inside respawning and survivors just train running you back and forth through that building and happen to go through all of that every time. I'd lose my absolute mind. So, yeah, that's definitely gonna have to have an upper limit on that by either tokens or just hard coding that into that or wording that into that. Because no. Survivor wise, it makes it extremely overpowered, especially if the phantom palettes can be reset into basically another regular palette. Last one standing, they must be your friends, they're not dead, or they're dead. For each survivor sacrificed to kill in the trial, gain a token. For each token, increase the exit gate openings. Why does everybody want to suppress exit gate sound? And at this point, increase speed. Essentially, it's at 3 tokens, but still. Why do you want to suppress the sound of an exit gate opening? Which, I mean, if it's just the locks unlatching and all of that, thank you for blowing out my eardrums. It's kind of meh, but the actual sound of the buzzers and everything like that. Like, leave the exit gates alone. One, increasing exit gate opening by 75% is ridiculous and should never be mentioned. That part of the game's there for a reason. Even perks that do affect exit gate opening speeds are coded to be balanced with the game or to essentially consume a perk slot that could be used for something else in exchange. So I said anything that behavior is already incorporated exit gate wise and things like that, I think should be the upper limit of that. And they state here they're not going to replace meta perks. Goal is to add in fun perks, which make doing this adept challenge less of a pain than on the other survivors, and providing options for specific builds. Not to overtake decisive strike, borrowed time, UB, and dead hard. UB? So it's supposed to be unbreakable? UB? And besides dead hard, and a lot of people like to run decisive, I really wouldn't call borrowed time an unbreakable a meta perk. There's a lot better perks. It's technically a lot better perks than decisive. The new decisive, that is. But I could see dead hard being a meta perk, but the rest of the 3 is kind of meh. There's better perks out nowadays that fits that. Interesting. I'm assuming UB is unbreakable. If it's something else, let me know. I would take a break, but I'm pretty sure I'm to the end of most of this. There's an Ash Deserves Better that I was going to open, but I don't think I'm going to. I'm going to let that one sit on the next page. A lot of improvements will never balance the game. This disrespectful post. A lot of improvements for the game. Decently long. I will take a break and I'll cover this. Alright. Here you have some ideas to balance the gameplay and make it less disgusting. Your post is going to be ignored by behavior, even if you have any type of good ideas. Completely ignored. How are you going to insult somebody and then try to suggest something after insulting them? People do this on a daily basis, and I don't understand the point. People are not going to comply to you if the first thing that comes out of your mouth is an insult. You're saying that their gameplay is disgusting and needs improvements. There's a lot more constructive ways to say that to somebody besides calling their game disgusting. Welcome. If the first thing that comes... Like, how do idiots like this not understand? If that's your opening line, nobody's gonna read that. And depending on how cool the person who creates the game is, they might just kick you off of their forum. So if you're just gonna be straight toxic from the start, zoop! You know, you can go get another game. You can go do something else with your life. You can get off of our forums. We're not interested in your ideas. Because that's what the forum's for, is for bug reporting, creations, ideas, feedback, things like that. And it's a pretty fun and popping place till you have people like this. I have people that try to talk to me on a daily basis, and the first thing they do is insult me off the bat, and then they expect me to continue reading what they're saying. I'm like, no, let me stop you right there. This conversation goes no further. If you don't have any type of base respect for me, from the start, why should I respect your opinion by even listening to what you have to say? And most people that are like this, that have opinions on this, are very soft. They want to act hard on the internet. They want to act like they're the big boy, you know, and all of that. They want to be them keyboard gangsters and all of that, and they feel like their opinion's valuable. That you're just a drop in the hat. You're not irrelevant to the equation. Stop acting like you are. Stop calling gameplay disgusting on a game that you probably still play. That's stupid. If I wasn't a reviewer, and I'm not even talking about the creation reviews and things that I'm doing here, I actually do have a side job when I'm not doing the main job of reviewing things. I review some products, I review some websites, I review certain games, I review a whole bunch of other different things. That's something that I do every once in a while because, well, you can get your hands on some new things that are coming out. By contract, we're not allowed to talk about new things, but some things that have come out recently, even some sponsorships that you see that are new coming out, I'm just going to say that I've had the ability to test some of those before they even came out. It's a very fun thing to do. I managed to keep a 4 out of 5 star rating, so I mean, I think I'm doing something right. The average user there has a 2 or 3 star rating. And that's because, I mean, you can look at some of their reviews and things, which they do show us some other people, especially the bad example ones, and they're essentially this. The people are coming to you for your thoughts on something. They don't come to you to be insulted. And the first thing that comes out of some of these reviewers' mouths are, your product are disgusting, and here's some ideas on what you can do to fix it, or something along those lines. And then the first thing that they say that it's disgusting, or they don't like the product, and they say it in like such a very negative way, as opposed to professionally saying, you know, the flavor's a bit tart, however, this, that, and that, you know, and giving an actual review about everything and actually giving the product a chance. Because you can tell when somebody opens the product, immediately uses it, says it's disgusting, sits it down and walks away, versus somebody who actually goes in, you know, tests every flavor, goes through, gives a detailed report, and actually takes the job more serious. Which, for those of you who wonder, this is why I always go into a lot more detail. Because it's worked so far. I've gotten very good pay and very good reviews on the things that I have. The customers and all of that always come back asking for more reviews and things like that. I've kind of locked myself though, because a lot of people also want their web pages to be reviewed, because I do very, very high quality work when it comes to web page reviews. That I get a lot more of those requests funneled at me more than I get products and things like I used to, and it sucks. But, you know, take advantage of what you can do, supplement your lifestyle, and then just keep working through things. At least you got something going. Some people have nothing going. They come into a game forum that's asking for ideas and creations, and the first thing out of their mouth is, here you have some ideas to balance the gameplay and make it less disgusting. And I guarantee you, half of the things that are listed here without reading them are disgusting and make absolutely no sense, and they're very unintelligible. And probably should have never been even mentioned. But let's get into this. Avoid tunnel. Hook the same survivor in a row will not give points. Instead, it will subtract points. Tunneling is a strategy. Camping is a strategy. There is nothing wrong with tunneling a survivor. If that same survivor is playing stupid, so be it. Give him the tunnel. If you hook the guy, and a guy like the instance that I always use is when I'm playing Ghostface, and I just hooked the guy and I'm walking away, and a survivor runs right by me, acting like that I don't see him, running straight by me for that hook. So I turned around and walked back after him. I didn't go for the same person that was on the hook, but I could have. I could have gave that guy a second hook and then went after his buddy that potentially screwed him over. But I'm nice like that. If I'm playing, meta strats down to the nitty gritty and I want those W's, I definitely would have downed him and put him back on hook for his second hook. Not only does that add more pressure to generators, because that's a 16-second freeze on generators that are already being repaired. So, I mean, that's 32 seconds of gen time off if they weren't touching them previously, already at the start of the match. It's a lot of pressure. That's 2 hooks for the thrill of the hunt that I was running at the time. And now I need 3 more for no more skill checks. If I was running Devour of Hope, that's 2 tokens added to that, etc., etc. The only way people get tunneled is when survivors go for dumb hooks. It's that simple. The other survivors contribute to the tunneling. If this person's being tunneled and a survivor runs over and unhooks you with the killer nearby, or while they're being chased, of course the killer's going to hit the person that's already injured, unless they're nice and have mercy, and they're just going to rehook the person. It's going to happen. Avoid tunnel. Avoid bad decisions by survivor. Why would you subtract points for a killer who's just doing their job? That's the only thing killer does, is down survivors and then hook them. That's the only job the killer has. Kill survivor. That's it. Or sacrifice survivor. That's the only objective. The only objective survivors have is escape. By any means. That's it. Well, I guess it would be by given means. Escape by given means. That's it. Any other things added in is semantics and biases by killer and survivor alike. Avoid slug. Again, slugging is a tactic. I use it a lot when I run Starstruck because survivors don't know how to use hang time. Hang time should be incorporated into your base strategy. If a survivor gets hooked or goes down, don't immediately run over for an immediate rescue unless you have a flashlight or something like that. Or a means to get away, just in case killer just straight up drops survivor and comes after you. I get so much Starstruck value for no reason. I shouldn't be getting all the Starstruck value I have, but survivors want to go for immediate unhooks and things like that. They want to get in the way of me carrying the survivor to a hook when I'm right at the hook and I have like 8 more seconds left. So I down them. Then I hook one survivor, and the other survivor who's down tries to crawl away. I go and pick them up, and then they run and they pull the survivor that's sitting behind me. I then drop the second the survivor and go and hit that survivor because I just got even more Starstruck value. Next thing you know, I have the entire lobby laying on the ground. Generally, I'll pick them back up, but I could end the match right then and there. Recovery progress made from a survivor in the dying state will be equivalent to the progress of the wiggle. There's a perk for that. If you recover 72% in a dying state, you only need to wiggle the 28% remaining. 1. I don't think you comprehend the term dying state. You are on the ground, bleeding out, and dying. Finito. Done. When you escape the wiggle from the dying state and you go back to the injured state, that's essentially adrenaline kicking in and you escaping. Adrenaline and some of the amazing things your bodies can do can keep you moving at times when you're not in the dying state. Keep in mind it's a fantasy game and things like that, but dying state is called dying state for a reason. Why in the world would dying state recovery progress, or you're in the process of dying, convert to wiggle process? You've done nothing to the killer, so why would the killer have a less of a grip on you when you were laying down trying to essentially get back on your own feet, catch your breath, recover, things like that? Why would that ever go from dying to wiggle? There's perks for that. For a reason. If you want that type of effect, it's going to take a perk slot from you. So the avoid slug that you already mentioned has already been improved perk wise. And if you don't like that, run the perk. That gets rid of this problem that you have right there. If a survivor unhooks another survivor while the killer is nearby, guess what? It already subtracts points by base. It's already incorporated. This is already implemented into the game. This must be somebody that's new to the game that doesn't know what they're talking about. Remember when I said dumb things that aren't really going to mean anything? So far, 2 for 2. This person doesn't know what they're talking about. They are dumb. Not even ignorant, because they should have just licked it up before they started running their mouths. I tell this to people all the time. Now that some improvements have been made for making the gameplay cleaner, it's time to help the killers a bit with. Avoid frustrating chases. Blood lost will not be lost after break pallets or walls. It will be lost if the killer gets stunned. I'm going to assume that English isn't their first language. Blood loss should be lost after breaking pallets and walls and killer getting stunned and everything like that. They went and did an entire public test beta where they messed with bloodlust. They tried deactivating and doing a whole bunch of other different things with it. Bloodlust is by far one of the most balanced things. Avoiding frustrating chases, that's why bloodlust was put in or incorporated into the system. So they couldn't infinitely loop you. You would get faster and faster. And eventually be able to catch them regardless of what kind of loop or infinite or anything they tried to run. Avoid generators rush. The repairing speed of generators are slower. Why would you make the repair speed slower? Why would you add anything longer to the 80 seconds. You're just drawing out the game and making the game even slower and even more boring for survivors. As much fun as it is to sit at a generator holding a button down the entire time, it's not. Also, survivors at the lobby will have restricted one item type per survivor to avoid the build the last plus 4 toolbox combo or 4 lantern compositions. How often do you run into that? Like, you're just literally ignorantly saying things at this point. How often do you run into survivors all running build the last and 4 toolbox combo or 4 flashlights? How often do you run into that? It's very rare. Extremely rare. And you know what they have to prevent that? It's called Franklin's Demise. There's a perk for that. Again, 2 more statements. Already been looked through. Already been balanced. Already done. All of these improvements thus far are absolutely useless. You don't even understand the game you're trying to make improvements for. You don't understand the time and money and efforts that's already been put into this. Also, for make the game more like team play game. It already is a team play game. What do you do more like? You have to work with other survivors to escape. You have no choice. Now, you can do individual gens by themselves, but without that teamwork, you ain't escaping. If you put a killer and a survivor into a match together, and you make the survivor do 5 generators and escape by themselves, it's not going to happen. The longer a survivor is in the hook, the more points are taken away from the team. This will prevent survivors from rush the generators and avoid help their teammates. You ain't played the game for long. It's called using hang time. You're one of the people that I am particularly talking about in this situation. Why should a survivor being the name, that's the name of them, definition, the one who is surviving, why should they lose more points by not being altruistic? There's different categories. There's 4 different categories of things that you get from there. Why should they lose more points for using hang time efficiently? You're the type of guy, as soon as somebody gets hooked, you immediately run for the rescue and then end up either trading or screwing that person over. This is a rookie, ignorant response of somebody who hasn't played the game that often or that much. He came here with little to no experience and was ranting. He only has 2 posts. He came here to make a rant because I guess he's a low level and tired of these things happening. Well, guess what? If you get up in the higher ranks, most of this goes away. But you have to know how to use hook time and things like that and how to deal with different situations. You're not dealing with situations, you're trying to change them. Any adversity that you run into while playing the game, you're going to come and complain about it and how it needs to be changed. You are the worst type of gamer. Every statement, 5 for 5, has been absolutely wrong, is absolutely dumb, and has already been taken care of. One thing, kinship, which extends hook time by 30 seconds, has been added. Deliverance has been added, where you can take your own self off the hook if it's become a problem, and there's other perks and things like that help. It's another just dumb statement. This was posted today. Everything that he's posted I've immediately shut down because it's already been incorporated into the game. He just ain't did no research and he ain't played long enough to see what they are. Also, some killer powers need to be a bit nerf and not to be that overpowered. And he lists every killer. Any killer that has any type of thing. Excuse me? Really? Really? You actually have the nerve to throw the pig, who is memed to be the worst killer in the game, the pig, onto this list? Really? You have the audacity to throw pig on this list. You better be memeing. If you ain't memeing, I'm gonna get you, son. I'm gonna get you. Plague. After a hit, survivor with the ingest corruption, it runs out. You no longer need to cast to get the ingest corruption. You can take it by being near a pool of devotion, but still need to click so you choose to take it or not. How about no? I hate plague with every ounce and fiber of my being, but even as much as I say that, and I constantly complain about how plague is trash and needs to be changed and things like that, I don't mean it. I would love that the red goo gets only has one hit or effect, but it don't make sense. That's the crux of her power. Well, besides leaving the whole lobby broken, that's the crux of her power. So, yeah, I don't know why you. I don't know why you're trying to hard nerf plague. I don't think plague needs any type of debuffs or things like that. I played plague in public test beta, and I was sufficiently shit on when she was available by survivors. It seems easy, but it actually takes a little bit more skill to play. It took me a very long time to get semi decent with her. I haven't played with her recently, so I don't know any buffs or changes or anything like that. Well, I mean, the speed increase while horfing everywhere. It's terrifying. But notice, Plague isn't a character that you run into all the time. She hasn't even made it to meta killers, so why should she even need a nerf? And that's me saying it. And she is my least like killer. She's fine. Trickster. After putting a survivor into injured or dying state with, I guess you're talking about the showtime, I think is what it's called, and runs out and loses all charges. It don't last that long. The starter blades are reduced to 30. The blades are inaccurate for a reason. The people that run Trickster that hit you majority of the time, it takes a decent amount of skill to get those consecutive hits. There's ways to avoid that from getting tagged over and over and over and over. There's also add-ons that a lot of them run to get more blades. They don't need to be decreased or reduced. Because you know what happens when they reduce something? They have to, in turn, change something. So his blades are going to be 100% accurate and only lose 30 of the charges. We're going to be screwed as survivors. Leave him alone. Ghostface. You only get undetectable by being crouched. You can only stalk from corners. What are you, stupid? You only get undetectable by being crouched. Do you know how many killers get the undetectable status effect and are able to move? Why are you targeting Ghostface in particular? Do you know who Ghostface is? Have you ever watched any of Ghostface movies? You would understand why he's undetectable all the time. He is literally a stealth killer. a stealth slasher. Extremely fucking clumsy once the chase begins and shit, but he's extremely stealth up to that point. He even calls and asks weird questions and makes statements like that to make them freak out while he's moving around to take their attention off of everything. If you make him only undetectable by being crouched, he's gonna have to move at an increased speed while crouched. It's going to get ridiculous. You can only stalk from corners. That is the dumbest thing I ever heard of. Were you gonna say the same thing about Michael Myers? It's the same concept, except Michael Myers lasts for 60 seconds. While Ghostface can only get one person at a time, Michael's lasts. Everybody gets it. If you run particular add-ons, that's an insta-kill and things like that. Ghostface ain't that great. Unless you know how to play them. Some of these killers you need to play personally to understand that they're not that overpowered. It's just the people that are using them has played the game for a long time or used that killer for a long time. Legion. Hitting a survivor with Feral Frenzy active no longer puts it into injured state, only inflict deep wound. If I wasn't wearing my glasses right now, you would hear me facepalm. You really would. This guy has no idea what he's talking about. And keep in mind that most legions can't double attack survivors without losing their Feral Frenzy benefits. They have to hit one survivor and then go and find another survivor. If they double tap, they get that exhaustion. I just can't believe this imbecile added pig. He actually seriously added pig. Oh my lord. I want to link everybody to this page, and I want everybody to just shit post and make fun of this guy, is what I really want to happen. I'm not going to, but I wish it would happen. Survivor with a bear trap will now have only one jigsaw box mark to take out of. The jigsaw box will precise more time to take out the bear trap and will have harder skill checks. Also, if you fail those checks, only will roll back quite the progress bar, but no alert the killer. The bear trap will be activated once you get unhooked, and you will have 90 seconds to take it out. So you're getting rid of the activation and you're forcing pig to bear trap and then hook survivors directly afterwards, taking out the saw or the game aspect of things. The whole point is it's supposed to be like a game. The pig leaves you trapped, somebody completes the generator, your trap activates, you're running and making your choice on the saw boxes. You have enough time to get the all four if the pig don't chase you, but the longer you're in chase with the pig and inside of her radius, the trap no longer activates. So it's safe for you to actually be near her. You can also escape hatch with trap on. Really, Pinhead too? Really? The Cenobite will now be forced to teleport when the configuration is solved. If you're in chase and chain hunt is active, you'll not suffer it. So the person being chased no longer gets chain hunt. That makes no sense. I figured he was gonna say something stupid like the person in Chase would be the only one affected by chain hunt, but he went the opposite direction. And then you're gonna force somebody to teleport to the cube once it's solved. Is this guy memeing or is he actually just this absolutely positively stupid? Or is he just this new to the game that he doesn't understand that all of this has been balanced in a way that where most of the community's happy with it? And the fact that you threw pig on this list is what gets me. I'm trying my hardest right now to leave a comment pointing out all of this. I'm not even going to let him know about the stream. But he actually added pig to the list. Miscellaneous changes. Nightmare New Future. You can choose from use Dream Palette or Dream Snare before a game starts. If you want more customizations. Boon totems now get destroyed by killer instead of snuffed out. The sound range is reduced to the same as a hex totem. Hex totems don't make sound, bruh. But okay. If you played PTB, and PTB, boon totems did get destroyed at the beginning. It was very poorly implemented. They changed it to where they just get snuffed out because, well, survivors were doing totems, killers were breaking said totems, and it was interfering with other perks and causing a whole bunch of other problems. Killers were essentially weakening themselves by breaking their own totems. When a survivor enters in struggle phase, the animation will no longer lock the camera. Does it matter? It's just a very mini animation that lasts for like what, 1 second, maybe 2 seconds, and then you can move your camera again. Or are you talking about the spectator camera because you're trying to play with your buddies and you can't cheat and tell them what's going on because it shows only the survivor when it locks sometimes like that on them? New features, mini games. Do you not know what game you're playing and the purpose of the game you're playing? Chest to open, or to open chest. To open chest will pop up a lock-picking minigame instead of holding the mouse one. And what if you're bad at the mouse minigame or you don't understand how it works? And depending on knowing you, it's not going to be like the regular lock-picking minigames where you just rotate the pick and then turn the tensioner. You're going to have it something completely weird. Instead of Skyrim lock picking, you're going to have some weird system that nobody's going to be able to figure out. Clean totems. To clean totems will pop up minigame where it is an image of token or totem tied by ropes and you have to cut the ropes. And is this Among Us? Totems take 10 seconds. Do you think it's going to take anywhere near 10 seconds to cut ropes tied to totem? Bless totems. Same thing, but you have to draw glyphs on skulls to bless it. Repair generators on the wire side. Among Us. Piston side. Pull down 3 switches until you find right combination continuously. And you expect this to be around the same amount of 80 seconds. Because it's not going to be hard to do that continuously. It's 3 switches. It's literally just click, 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 click. You got it. Click, 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 click. You got it. You think that's going to last through 80 seconds? No. Change the dynamics of repairing generators to something that has to do with the theme of the map. Yamioka a steak, make 5 rituals instead of repair 5 generators. Does it matter what you're doing? The whole thing is it's the entity's game and it's the entity's realm. The entity makes whatever it wants. There is a little bit of merit as opposed to making things essentially not generators, but it comes down to the same thing. You're going to be holding a button on something and it's going to have to be programmed in per different map, which is going to be cool for the first time you do everything, and then it's going to be the same hold for 80 seconds. The problem you're going to have with this is you're going to make your entire player base remember what these symbols are, because they're going to have to be nearly the same symbols. They can't just be random things, and there's going to have to be some way for them to be able to tell how far things have progressed and some way to regress things. Then you're talking about going in and changing all the terminology and all the programming that's programmed to generators and changing those to different things. You're talking about a lot of work for a very insignificant change. If they ever decide to change the dynamics of generators, they might think about doing something like that, which they probably have that on their docket to do sometime in the future if something major does happen to generators. It's probably already there. Somebody's definitely said that. But why would they change all the generators and do all of this new programming, coding, and all of that to incorporate a different looking generator? No, absolutely not. And like I said, you don't play the game enough and you don't know enough about coding and programming and things like that, and animating in this case. Some things will have to just be straight up animated. Dumb. And Leroy's Memorial Institute repair 5 wall machines instead of generators. What is a wall machine? You talking to like... No, what is a wall machine? The only wall machines I know are the obvious ones, like ATMs and things of that nature. Killers playable by 2 players but extremely hard to use. Why would I want to work with another person? Especially another rando. The double head. One player controls movement and the camera while the other player controls mouse 1 and skill. The skill could be something like they both get chopped in half for X time, moving slower, but both being able to hit survivors. After X, they will start getting attracted to one another until they join again. That is the absolute dumbest idea that I've ever heard in my life. The dumbest idea. Why would I ever go through changing up the networking and pull somebody else into a game that could be their own individual killer to play half of a killer that can only do one thing? Answer me that. You might as well just create bigger lobbies that have 2 killers and, 8 survivors? They've made videos on that. It was actually pretty interesting. I think they were all Claudettes too. I think it was 8 Claudettes and then 2 killers. One was, I think, like Michael Myers or something like that. I think that's what they were. I don't remember. There's a video on YouTube about that and how well it'd be implemented and things like that and how well it'd go. Do you imagine having to do 10 generators? There is no exit. There won't be any type of hatch or anything like that. Because if you make it open when there's 2 survivors remaining, it's going to be a little bit of an issue because you have 2 killers patrolling a map. To incorporate 8 different survivors, if you're using main maps, there's just going to be survivors everywhere. They're not going to be able to loop or train or anything like that, especially if killers run together. They're just going to come in both sides. One's going to slap the survivor one time, and the second person's going to down that survivor as they leave. And these coordinated strikes are going to be absolutely filthy. The twins, 2 playable characters united by a cord. Why would you unite something that isn't united by a cord by a cord? Why not just leave them separate? One person controls twin 1, one person controls twin 2. Both can move independent but not separate for more than X meters. Then how is he supposed to use his jumping attack? The killer with human model will have to hit first to wound a survivor and send him to the other realm. So the killer with ghost model can hit the wounded survivor and put it down. Both shares hit cooldowns. No, just stop. I'm not even going to read the rest of this. Just stop. The twins already exist. Why are you trying to change them? You were kind of getting somewhere there. Making both twins able to move at the same time in a room full of survivors. You would have to limit it to like 6 survivors with the 2 different characters because, well, one twin, once he grabs on, can't do anything else. So it'd be 6 instead of 8, and they would have to balance everything, but that's a lead that you could pull on if you weren't so stupid and talking about random things. You've literally made these 2 paragraphs and have accomplished nothing. Your idea was dumb from the start and should have been stopped where it started. So disappointing. And nobody's probably gonna read down to the. No, am I gonna see a pig joke? I want to see somebody comment something about the pig being on this list. I really do. I will upvote that because I think that is hilarious. So the only good thing that he said about there is having a killer that can be controlled by 2 people or 2 separate killers like the twins. And he didn't even mean the actual twins. He meant the actual, like, some random twins that do random things. If you make somebody able to use both of them simultaneously, where she can still run around slapping crap and he can use his jump attack to hold survivors down. Plus the killer instinct and things like that when he's standing still. Would be a very good combination. It's not going to work on 4 survivors because, well, they will just be gang banging and double teaming survivors. So you'll have to add more. But it's an interesting concept and it'll take a lot of balancing and a lot of networking and things like that. That's something to put on the back burner. So if there are more killers that are a duo, they can just put them all, ship them into a individual pack, and then work from there. been going for about 3 hours now, so I'm going to leave all of this on a slow roll and I'm going to take a short break. Who posted this? Dak? Daka 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 daka. You know what also starts with D? Dumb. Okay. Wait a minute. Alright. I don't know about these. Most are already perks or are big nerfs for low tier killers. Yes. Shadow. Nerfing Plague, Ghostian Legion, Pig, and Trickster. I am contracting AIDS. If you hadn't put this at the end there, I would have voted up your comment. Dax says to Bennett, thank you for your very elaborate commentary. It perfectly illustrates all your ideas. To Shadow, I'm not one to wish ill on anyone, but I hope you get it. So next time you don't talk so lightly about something so serious. I understand what you're saying, but that's petty. That is contradictory and petty, and I don't know why people always do that. Why are they always so contradictory? I'm not one to wish ill on somebody, but I hope you get it, so next time you don't talk so lightly about something so serious. As you're talking lightly about something so serious. If it's something that you seem serious, why are you wishing that he gets it? You're contradictory. Or you're, I, hang on. Calm down. I just stopped myself from going on an extremely long rant. Basically, Dak is full of crap. He's been huffing too much horse manure. He's been eating too many Twinkies. He's been listening to the internet too much. He has no temperance, no self control, and he said something stupid. Albeit, his is kind of being toxic. I could see the negative response coming back. He didn't even do much. I mean, he might not have said much, but I mean, that's actually sufficient feedback for the things that he said. You said the game's disgusting. Nobody's gonna engage you in a long conversation, because the first thing you said, the game is disgusting, or the gameplay is disgusting. Nobody wants to have an extended conversation with somebody like that that's just blatantly shows disgust, as you say, to the game. They want to get in and get out. He kept it very short. Already perks and are big nerfs for low tier killers. It's exactly what I just said, summarized in one sentence. This guy's toxic, but I mean, you're gonna elicit a negative response, or solicit a negative response, if you call the game that this forum is about disgusting. People aren't gonna be happy with you, especially avid players. Nerfing Plague, Ghost, Legion, Trickster, and more importantly, Pig. Yeah, it's a bad thing to do. Like I said, if he hadn't put "I am contracting AIDS" at the end of that, I would have upvoted his comment. That's not a good way to say what you're thinking, even if you're joking. That's not a way to try to stay serious about something, even though you obviously knew they were joking. You are wishing harm on somebody else because you're talking about it. I'm not one to wish ill on somebody, but I hope you get it. Then you are somebody that's like that. You're petty. You're very petty. So next time you don't talk so lightly about something so serious. Again, if it's serious, why are you saying you hope he gets it? You shouldn't wish that on anybody if it's that serious to you. To both. Also what you both mean exactly with low tier killers. That the killers are too easy to use, that the killers are not frequently used, or that a random website told you that they're low tier, so you say it. No, they're not even bandwagoning. It's Pig. I've played Pig. I don't think I've ever had a good Pig run without running add-ons and sufficiently using her perks. Like, make your choice? Yeah. You kind of got to stay nearby to get make your choice and things like that to work, and trying to get a sufficient Pig run. I am not a good Pig. I will openly admit that. It's a pain to run around with her. Everybody knows she's a pain. She knows she doesn't have anything. And to tie things up, before recent buffs and all of that, her traps really had no huge significance. They really didn't. You can just go and, I mean, I know the strat for the boxes and things like that, and I would get the traps off of me just as quick as she put them on me. It's a reason why people say Pig is the low tier killer, or one of the lowest ones. Whatever it means, a guy that knows how to play as killer and have the right perks for them will always 4K. What are you, stupid? A guy that knows how to play as killer and have the right perks with them will always get a 4 kill. Are you stupid? You absolutely positively stupid. Dumb. Never think before you speak. You speak on emotion. I can't believe you just made that statement. So, By whatever it means, by whatever means, anybody who is or knows how to play killer and has the right perks will have a 100% win rate. I don't think he watches any types of YouTubes or streams or anything like that. I think he gets on YouTube, sees all the 4 kill games and things like that, and then goes off that. I think he's contradicting himself, like he was talking about in this previous statement. And he just don't know. Getting the 4 piece is amazingly difficult. Because even on a good day, and you get 3 downs immediately and you hook them, if you can't find that 4th survivor before they jump hatch, or the other survivor bleeds out or something like that, then that's a loss. I mean, it's not a loss, but you know, it's a loss of the 4 piece. There's a reason why in the challenge to having consecutive wins, they put hatch escapes as something that's permissible. Because that's something you really don't have control of. If the hatch spawns right next to the person, I mean, you're not going to get there in time to close it. That's why it's permissible. But for this guy to actually have the kahunas, just straight up say, in a forum, about Dead by Daylight, everybody here knows about Dead by Daylight, that will always get a 4 kill as long as you're good with the, if you know how to play killer and you know what perks to run with them. And it's kind of sad that both commentaries, nobody's talking, bro, so I'm assuming you're meaning comments, are about the nerfs to killers with kind of broken powers. You think the pig has a broken power? She has a trap, which she only carries 4 of, by the way. When she puts that shit down, she don't get that shit back. And if she uses them at the beginning of a game, they gone. They're going to be pulled off and respectively thrown away. If they're used mid-game, they're going to do 2 here, maybe go work on a gen, do 2 later. If they're used in-game, then they're just going to do them before they escape, or if there's one person left, everybody's going to leave and let them grab hatch, or at least have an attempt on it, or they're just going to run the killer while everybody gets their traps off. And if the killer does elect to tunnel the person with the trap on, then everybody else has free movement. And they're going to potentially escape. It's kind of sad that both comments are about the nerfs to killers with kind of broken powers, and you said nothing about the rest of the post. It's because you're an idiot. The first guy said something about both aspects. Both. He kept it short and sweet, but he said both aspects. The perks are already been incorporated into the system that covers that. And 2, here, let me show you. Most are already perks, so they're already been incorporated in the system, and the others are big nerfs for low tier killers. He answered both your questions with 2 short statements. Ask him to elaborate further if you don't know what he's talking about, which you did here, but you didn't wait for an answer. You continued to run your goddamn mouth right afterwards. Then run your mouth even more. This is not how you get feedback, at least not positive feedback. That could be the most productive of the game, but maybe it's my fault for trying to fix this meta game where the killer, tunnel, and slug when the community is already too toxic for even care about. No, I think you're just not understanding that the things you're trying to nerf has already been nerfed and balanced a multitude of times. You don't read patch notes. Somebody needs to point you to public test betas. They need to point you to patch notes where killers have been buffed and nerfed over time and things of that nature. Maybe you need to go online and look at a couple of killer spreadsheets and things like that. This guy, is that the first guy? Yeah, first guy even elects to stay nice to you, even though you've completely insulted him. Stayed nice to you. Come through and says, I appreciate that you're trying. Then he even goes back and explains the question that you're talking about. Low tier means that the killer is pretty hard to use effectively, especially at higher levels of play. AKA low tier, they suck. Layman's terms. They're bad. They're considered bottom of the barrel. For example, yes, a highly skilled player will do well with Legion against worse players, but Legion has the least intimidating power in the as it has the very low lethality or game slowdown. I'm glad you left an example, but he's not going to understand anything of what you're saying. Also, it's been since November 6th, and this guy never sent anything back. So I commend this guy, Bennett underscore they won them. I applaud you for having the patience to put up with Dak and his ridiculousness. Because I'm not going to say what I was going to say. That's going too far. I commend you. I'm going to get out of here before I say something that I shouldn't say. And wind up getting banned or something else. It's the 15th, so rank should have reset in Dead by Daylight, so I might just hop on that. Ghostface, run. That leaves a couple of concepts and ideas for tomorrow, and I think for the most part I'm caught up. I'm only like one or two behind. I can easily catch back up with that. So yeah, I'm essentially all caught back up. Finally. Hello, Galanonim. How are things, friend? You're here kind of late, but you did say you'd be back Monday, so welcome back. I'm about ready to hop on. Well, I was about to hop on Dead by Daylight. Apparently update got paused. That's cool. Let's see. 23 hours? One day? Oh my. And why is that increasing? 69 kilobits a second. Oh, I probably have throttle everything while streaming on, so it's completely eating that. It does still, however, have quite a bit of ways to go, so I guess no Dead by Daylight today. Well, that's unfortunate. Well, I haven't played Dead by Daylight in a very long time. That's fun. I guess to make it up, I'll play some Poly Bridge. I'm not, however, going to spend 12 to 18 hours, though. I'm afraid of my free time, though. Well, I haven't played. You have, like, less free time? Is that what you meant? You have less free time nowadays? I really don't want to get in the Poly Bridge, but I guess I will. Because I guess I haven't really mentioned it during these streams, but in past streams on my channel, you can actually click on my last Polybridge streams, and I have spent non-stop, I might add, on some of them, like 8 to 10 hours on one bridge. Simple bridge that I just couldn't figure out. I've never done anything that has to do with engineering or bridge making or anything like that, so I'm completely clueless when it comes to it. Upcoming exams, internship, other stuff needs to be taken care of. I gonna miss playing DBD. I know, right? Man, upcoming exams and internship, other stuff. You're a busy person. But hey, keep up the good work. Staying with it. I'm not gonna lie though, even when I was in college, I still played games. I just didn't have time to play them very often. I think maybe on a good day I had 30 or so minutes to play games in college, and we only played like Call of Duty Zombies because it was kind of a quick switch and we'd all die often. I spent my college days with 3 other roommates. Very fun. Not only was it 3 other roommates, they were all lazy, and we had inspections and things on our rooms that had to be done at sometime throughout the month. And if we failed them, we were given warnings, and then we were charged. After the third time, they would send a professional cleaner in, and we would be charged. No. I mean, you can see what I see. I did not see your other 2 message. Seen the hello. I'm afraid of my free time. Upcoming exams, internship. I'm gonna miss playing DBD. The ass, and then the huh. I wouldn't be surprised if, to say again, I'm gonna be as often as I can on your streams. Hey, I appreciate it, but don't force yourself if you're tired or something like that. Just said I put all of my streams on YouTube. Generally, that I do. Come on, Polybridge. So you ain't missing anything. Sound alert, because I don't know how long or how loud Polybridge is. So sound alert. It might have dropped your messages when I clicked on Epic. That's probably what happened. Windows does weird things. I completed all of Poly Bridge 1, and I have 100% up to this point. Level completed, under budget, and unbreaking. For the first couple of worlds, I even did the extra ones that popped in here. Then they incorporated this weird world, and I can't figure it out. So let's just start with leverage. So the way Polybridge works, you get a budget, you get materials that you can use, wood, metal, well, roads, reinforced roads, which they don't show, wood, metal, rope, steel cables, and springs. And this is the order things go in. So A being the plane's gonna go, the dump truck's gonna go, then the car's gonna go and hit this point here, and then it's gonna turn around and go this point here. The car has to touch this star that's in the middle here on its way across. I have no use of hydraulics, so I have to do everything via leverage. And what I think is supposed to happen is I'm supposed to be able to design some sort of mechanism that when this goes through and hits something on this side, it's supposed to leverage a piece into place that'll be held in across here, and this is supposed to be able to go across. But I have no idea how to create something that when leveraged by this getting to this point here shoots up and allows this to cross. I have no knowledge at all on how to do something like that. And I'm just left with a extremely huge question mark. Engineers would play this game because the last bridge that was built was closed after 1 year because of collapse risk. Whoa! That sounds terrifying. Generally, they take damage from like sinkholes or something like that, or natural disaster or something crazy, but collapse risk. Alrighty then. So what I have thus far is the bottom essentially taken care of. This is able to go across and do whatever. I put that there as sort of a lever to see how leveraging affects things in this game. And then I added this just to see how much tension and everything the springs could take, and if this could be stopped fairly quickly. But if I remove all of this top and run it like this, plane goes by, this will go across to here, and this is just gonna fall because it has no path. So I have a bridge sturdy enough to where that's not an issue. This falls down and actually can take the impact, so this is very nicely made. And this has to go across to touch that and then come back around. And I still, to this point, have no idea how to make something, when this is hit, causes something to push out. I don't know. I guess I can essentially make an arm, like a human arm, where the arm would attach to something. Well, I guess it would be like down here at this angle, come through like an elbow or something. Then as this comes through and strikes that elbow, it pushes it essentially up, maybe. And if I attach it with springs to where it's below the plane so the plane doesn't hit it, Nah, that's dumb. That's all it's gonna do is move it up to like here. I need it to be up there. Actually, no, I might be on to something, because if I take this and stop that there, take this and stop that there, and then combine these, I only have to lift this particular piece right here, which only takes 2 roads. So in theory, let me turn the grid on. There is a grid that you can use to actually connect things. And I completely missed the spot on the grid. And then we just copy this. Bang, bang. Hit the flip horizontal, just in case it's off. It'll mirror it to create the other side. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. And I'm just going to take metal. And just for ease of access, I'm just going to make this go. Well, I have the budget, so I guess I should make triangles. And then send it. As long as that goes across there, we are good. Could make a scissors jack. Wonderful. So now I need to create some sort of mechanism that actually has to be taller than this, because I can't have this slamming into that. So the road is actually going to have to be like very narrowly under that, so this can pass under it. Then when this hits this area here, I have to make some sort of mechanism to push that up. Generally, I would just put springs attached to something that's being held here. This would smash into it, breaking it, and would push that up, but it has to be unbreakable or unbroken in order to get the full bonuses. And my brain hurts just from thinking about it. I don't know. I really don't know. Save bridge. Excuse me. Stream bridge. I guess the first thing that I can determine is if I have a road here, is there going to be an issue? Well, okay. It's not going to let me do the experiment. Fun. I'll go all out. Is this going to touch this? It has barely, I mean barely, I can't turn that on here, enough clearance to make it through there. So it sits at about this line. So I essentially have one full square in between that. The plane isn't affected by this. So now, I at least know where this road has to sit at. But still, kind of leaves me thinking how. Because if I put an elbow going this way. Oh. Now, if I make an elbow coming here, which is where the elbow would sit, so you would have an arm here, leading to an elbow here, leading to a piece of road hung up here. And as that smashed it and pulled this down, the elbow should... Well, that means I can't connect it here, then it'd have to be free-floating. Pushed here, the elbow would extend. The only problem is the elbow would actually extend at an angle like this, as opposed to extending straight up. And I don't know how I'll keep the elbow actually in place. I guess I can use rope. I don't know. So now here comes the... Oh, I can just use the line to tell where it's going to touch. So, remove this. This is going to be a pseudo trigger mechanism. How am I going to keep this sitting here? This can't connect to anything. Let me just see how this works. That is not an arm. I think I need to use muscles, so let's undo this. It's not giving me very much of an angle to run off there. What about here? How low can I go? We'll go here. Like this. And then like that. So that's free floating. That's the hand. We'll go something along this. This is just a rough draft. I'll go back through and make it all look prettier later. So there's the hand. That's like the forearm that leads to the elbow. And then from the elbow, I need to somehow get up to there. And this is very complicated looking. That one, right? So now, all of that's just floating there and needs some sort of support. I'll go over budget just to keep this all in place. Ah, yes. That moment when. So that moves them all. The only problem is, this isn't supposed to be down. I think this is supposed to be up. So you slap into this. And it does essentially pull. Which, I mean, I can technically use a pulling thing. I just have to put it up here and pull it down into position. But as of now, this is too loosey-goosey. It needs to be tighter. But as it sits now, this is just going to pull on this, and this is going to pull upwards at an angle to the side. Which, I mean, I'm completely fine with that, because all I have to do is cut this and slide this over. So when this is pushed, this gets shifted over, essentially. It's not going to let me move it like that. What if I just make it go? This is driving me under budget. Good. Then so I'm going to just go to the left, which I don't necessarily want to at the moment. I need to shorten this. So, in essence, that ain't it. Oh my lord. I mean, look, I don't need this spaghetti factory that I have here. Yeah, it's supported well enough without it. So all of this needs to be brought up. And essentially shorten. And I'm just going to keep sliding everything. I don't think I should move this. Well, no, I do want the trigger to be more skewed in. And then we'll make it look pretty later. What are we stuck on? No, but like seriously, this should try and pull this. This is holding this. This is holding this at an angle. Why isn't this trying to swing? Have I broken the game? If I do this. Oh. I didn't even see that that was connected into that. Okay. So now this isn't sturdy enough. Oh no, the plane's actually hitting it now. So it's so heavy. For pulling it that way, shouldn't matter if I do that, right? Well, she. When in doubt, panic and add more things. That's interesting how that hits it and pushes that up. If I made this solid and just made it go up and then rest on the bottom of that, I don't think I need this entire mechanism. I think I can get rid of all of this. And then from here, I just make a solid, beam. Close enough. For this, just straight up lift that. It will. Now I gotta figure out how to transfer this upward force here to being just a straight up force here. And that's where the engineering school and all of that I don't know comes into play. How would I pivot the force from this to push this up? There's no hydraulics. I can't force these two to lock this road in, so I can't switch this over here and push that up. Micro noises. I apologize. I'm so perplexed. Let's see. Also, micro noises. My chair. Like, if I place this lower, it's just gonna have the same effect as it goes up, correct? If it goes from here and it's attached lower, as it gets lifted up, it's gonna move this up, but I don't think it's gonna be enough. Right? This don't make any sense, right? To bring this down lower. I also probably should have angled that. Yeah. It's essentially the same amount of distance. Stop that from flexing. Well, god dang. They give you 2 springs for a reason, and I can't figure out what I'm supposed to do with these springs, by the way. I don't know. Okay, so what if I angle this? And then add in that. And then actually do something smart. So essentially, even if I extended this out, that's about as high as it's ever gonna get. What am I gonna do for the springs in this situation? Because if I attach them here and here, they're just gonna force this up into the flame. If I put them here and here, they're gonna be rigid, but they're gonna fight when I try to push this up or low. So maybe the springs are supposed to be made on the catching mechanism here. So when this slams into it, it cushions it and keeps it from breaking everything like I've been having. That reinforced road will do the same thing. Or I'm missing something just dramatically obvious. I don't know. I wish they showed me a solution before making me do this. I'm so confused. Do you have any ideas? I know them. Just off the top of your head, do you have any ideas? The structure's for the most part sturdy. If I connect something here. No, because if I use a spring here, it's still not going to do anything. No. The arm thing's the only thing that made sense to me. But if I created an arm that sat from there to there, it needs some sort of force applied via here, maybe? So if I started here and used this point, connected an arm, which somehow linked this point to this point, put a trigger here, and when this slapped it and lifted it up, if I could keep this part from flexing as it lifted up the elbow, it would lift up this, right? Wingardium Leviosa. Not Leviosa, but Leviosa. So there's one muscle. I need this to go here. Actually, can't I just hook it to here? What if I met you halfway? And did something like this. Wow. I gave myself no room to flex, by the way. Okay, this part's top heavy. From there, I need to add a trigger mechanism that I'll put here for now, and I'll change over there later on. That's not gonna work because that's not solid enough. That's not the thing I wanted to connect that to. I need to drag this way. I need it to flex here. Not here. That needs to be essentially an arm. Oh, excuse me. So now it should only flex here and pull. Okay. Now I need to incorporate a trigger of some sort. I was wondering if I needed to connect that or not. I think that answered my question. Also, this is straight up and down. That's not going to do anything. Hey, I got a package from Amazon that just arrived on the porch. Let's go. So the plan was to find a way to apply some sort of force and then slide this back up. But now that I think about it, that's not really going to happen with this setup that I have. I've connected this all together and left this as sort of like the only point that it can flex. One, this is gonna have to be down quite a lot more to essentially make an arm. This elbow piece needs to be farther down, so it's at an angle like this. Then it's going to need some sort of upward force to extend this out, and as this extends, this will push this up if I design it properly. And that's not it, Chief. It's impossible for that to happen by design. And yes, I did just push on my elbow to figure all of that out. Excuse me. I don't know. But this is also one of the charms of polybridge. This side's gonna need to be a lot stiffer than this side, because this is where the mechanism's going to be. You would have thought it'd been so hard to make something to where this slams into that and this goes up. Even if I made like a bar that road sits here, bar turns around, comes out and does something crazy here, it'll have to have a pivot point or something to where the downward force from here being hit converts things up there. I don't know. I'm so lost. Well, save bridge, stream bridge. What I'm going to do while I think about that is I'm going to show you. The name of the area is Serenity Valley. And not this one. No, not that one. This one. The name of the area is Serenity Valley. The name of the bridge is falling into place. If you want to look up a video or something like that on how that's properly done. Now let me show you what my type of jank building does. So watch the magic of this non-engineered mess that I made. This goes across to get this flag here. This has to go across here. This has to go across here. I put a spring down. It falls, gets cushioned. This then goes across that. It breaks again. Spring falls in. Goes across to there. Because of polybridge updates, they no longer connect. And that's how my bridge went. So the jankness of essentially parts of the bridge breaking, because I have the option here to hang on, try again. If you double click on a joint, it makes it a separation joint, to where the yellow will go into the green, or the green will go into the other green. And if I wanted to say break this and make these two connect, that's how I do that. So joints here, for example, red is solid, green means the joint opens. And what I'm essentially doing is, first, I'm breaking this portion right here, which makes this entire thing fall. Before the updates, this used to fall and then perfectly lock in here and here, giving you a straight bridge across. When this falls and hits this on the first thing, the springs cushion the fall. And then I have this piece right here on the bottom break, which makes this little bit that's here fall down to here. And it used to lock in perfectly. And then that would go across. So you're essentially just dropping this, then breaking this part, and it's locking in here, here, and then there. So I think that's how it's designed. So this goes across. Here, these joints open, letting the bridge fall down. As it falls, everything that hits here and here wise is tension. All of these things that you see that are loose is just where that was attached there. The bridge almost breaks. It gets to like 70%, then comes back up flush. Before the most recent update, this used to come back in and lock into these two places for phase 2. Where this guy goes across. As soon as he hits, I then break, or not break, but release all of the joints here, setting all of that free and bringing this level here down to create a bridge that goes across there, which you're looking at now. Boom. This used to fall, lock in there when it fell first, and then this side would lock in shortly after. But like I said, do the updates, it no longer locks in. And that's how I completed this level. Very jank. Other player solutions. There we go. Goes across. Very spring down. He drops it. So he starts from the end, drops it down the middle, and then drops it down again. Smart. Nothing near what I did. This person's is kind of jank. They let it all fall like that. They then drop these into place where they lock in, and then he drops the middle out, allowing everything to go across. Albeit barely, because it didn't lock in there. Excuse me. This guy cheated. Really? This is cheating. Shame on him. And nothing supposedly broke here either. And then it just falls to its death. That's when it fell. Oh my lord! He just pulls that one across with springs. This one goes across regularly. And then he has the ends fall there and there. That's cheating, but well played, sir. Well played. Goes across. He drops it into place with springs. And drops it into place again. I want to say that I am apparently one of the only weird people that made something super jank. But no, they exist. There's not any that are like well professionally done either. Generally there's an over-engineered like amazing one. There we go. Whole bridge. Look at that. That's how the bridge was supposed to be designed. Something like that. And they only show these after you complete the map. I wish they'd show them before. But that is compared to what my jank bridge does. It just kind of falls apart. Sorting. I don't remember doing too shabby on this one. This one is very complicated. If I remember correctly, this goes here, gets lifted up. This drives here, either gets lifted up or goes down. I don't remember. This goes across, and then everything finishes on its respective sides. I didn't do too terribly bad here, but it's hydraulics. All you do is put hydraulics down and they lift. I remember it being janky somewhere though. Oh yeah, that's what I did. I put a little bridge there so he can just drive over them. That's what I remember, it was janky. Then the bridge falls off, and they both move into place. Not too shabby. I kinda have cheated, but not too bad. That one looks well made. Oh, he's just moving it. You, sir, are a cheater. So what this guy essentially did is slowed this up enough to where this guy can go across first, and then slowed them down to where things happen. Wow. You are an absolute cheater, sir, and I love it. There you go. It goes down. It goes here. And then he just created a second bridge. Interesting. And then that comes down. Almost complete. He have cheated too. Is there anybody that has low budget that didn't cheat? Oh my. Well, there you go. And then, wow. Yeah, you ain't gonna see anything like that out of me. I did what the majority of people did, but I guess it makes sense if you use an actual whole bridge and not just segments like the majority of us did. Some of these bridges are amazing. Some of these bridges are actually worse than mine. And then brake pad. This one was just a jank map. So the whole point here is to make this go down the slope and then essentially stop it and make it go back to the flag. This is very jank, and I don't know, well, I mean, I know why they incorporated it, but that's it. It hits that and then flies backwards. And everybody you see is gonna have essentially the same thing. It goes down, it slams into something and gets pushed back. That's interesting. It's the same concept, but interesting. That one was very easy. I showed falling into place. Springboard. This one's kind of a goofy one too. So this motorcycle has to touch here, has to touch here, and has to touch here. This is the stop symbol. So what's going to happen level wise is motorcycle's going to go. As soon as it touches this stop symbol, the hydraulic phase is going to happen. And then once it gets, no, wait, no, wait, what? Because it says A2 is when everything happens. Oh, yeah, that makes sense, yeah. So this is going to go to here. It's going to stop. The hydraulic phase is going to happen. Then this is going to happen. This right here is basically the second phase. It's going to release these springs right here, causing that to shoot up, go up there, and then land. This is the only solution I could think of. It's a nice little jump, and then it goes up. And a lot of people just springboard it up. What has happened here? Holy, that's a lot just for that. Everybody just seemed to just shoot it up springboard style. Is this what I think it is? It is. Oh no, I thought it was a catapult. Well, it uses technically rope, so it'd be a trebuchet, right? And everybody essentially did the same thing. It was kind of a gimme. And then this came into vision. Unfortunately, it has no type of hydraulics or anything like that, which means I can't double click and open up any joints or anything like that. So these springs can't be used as any type of springboard to pop anything into place. So that would be too easy to just let this go through, springboard this into place, and let that go across. Because you're disabled. That's a no-no. I see it's a good game to play after a stressful day in DBD. It's indeed. It's a good game. I beat all of Poly Bridge 1. I 100%ed it, so there's that. However, phew. One big shoe. I just can't. My brain won't figure this out. I don't understand how I'm supposed to get this up. Because if they just let me lock this into place, I could easily make this push this up and lock it into place. Heck, I could even put a sort of device on the side as it slid up and then went down here. It could hold in place. But the fact that I need a pushing force this way, but I need it to actually push this up, or essentially pull this up if it comes down to it, my brain's just like, no. I don't see that one. Then truck weigh in. This one's not as bad. A2 just needs to get all the way across. C1 just needs to get across here. C2 just needs to get across here. And then A1 and A3 both come through here. The problem I'm having is that everything's not structurally sound. The idea was to pseudo cheat and just let this go over without being affected by anything, and then allow these two with hydraulics to just create a bridge and go over them like that. I only recently found out that if you take the grid off, you can place points everywhere. So everything I did before was basically strictly grid. So I wasn't able to do the connections to the rocks and things like that as efficient. Now that I know that it's not exactly like that, I think I might be able to get this one done. And this game has a bunch of helpful tools like this. I can click on this to create essentially a pre-made bridge. You click on the material you want to use, and then you press the fill button, and it automatically fills it in for you. So you don't have to do any unnecessarily like click, 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 click to get all the way from one side to the other. Very good that this game implemented something like that. Then you can clear it, open it back up, and just make a secondary one that leads over. In theory, nah, there's no way that they're going to be able to make that kind of a loop. That has to be taller, so it has to go somewhere around there. Which means from there to essentially there. I'll take an extra one off. Has to be deleted because it's in the way. And then I'll just have to make a hydraulic system, which I have infinite of. I'll just drop one side here, drop the other side there. Get rid of that. Bada bing, bada boom. Actually, Bada might want to chat. When you do something, the number on the left shows how much it costs, 1,000. 250 is the length, and then the degrees that I'm going at, it's like 90, and it tells you the degrees. I need 2.5 meters at all times for clearance. I'm just going to make sure that between there to there, I have 2.5 everywhere. It's very close, but it should be able to get through just fine. Yeah. Tell you what, I'm gonna make this bridge completely over budget, and then I'm gonna go back through. I can't even do it like that. Then I'm gonna go back through, and I'm going to change what needs to be changed. Can I at least do triangles? No, no I cannot. Do them like that. And it's just going to be part of... Turn that off. Something along those lines. Put that there. Have this structurally supported. was so close. Something like that. Will that hold, or do I need to support it down there? Yeah, I didn't think so. Notice how this lights up if I stay within range, and how it stops lighting up when I go out of range of it. It's also a very nice feature. It shows what exactly can connect to it the farther you go out with your mic. I just hit my mic. With your road and or connections. Says it's fine there, so we'll go there. Go somewhere here. It's gonna have a lot of downforce, so I think I'm gonna give this a little bit of an angle. We're gonna put this as close to the wall as possible. So now when this sits, oh yeah, you're gonna be expensive. So as this sits, delete that, and the downforce of the bridge tries to essentially crush itself, it shouldn't fall. But now all the pressure's going to this one little point instead of where I want it to go. And if I reinforce it, it's just going to change the stress point from here farther out there. So this shouldn't work in theory. Yeah. So you had to stress it in that high there, but now it's stressed there and there. And that will break. Because this is a heavy boy. It's got 14, whatever PG is. Polygrams. I don't know. Well, this is 11, and that's 14 as well. And there's no point in connecting that to that because they're both anchor points. That took me a long time not to connect anchor points. Even though it's very, very, very obvious thing. I'm actually gonna leave this wood. Somewhere around there. Not quite. About that. It's because it's curvy. Oh my. See you later, Gundam. I wish you solid bridges. They definitely aren't gonna be solid, but I do appreciate the luck. Streamed in. I started probably bridge at around 4 hours. When you get on and you see that I've been online for like 8 hours, you'll know. You will know. This shouldn't be too hard of a build though, I say now. Something has gone terribly wrong. I don't want this to particularly move, so I'm just gonna draw this out to here. Create a fairly strong brace to hold this up. And I might even... And essentially, poly bridge, if you have a 50,000 budget, you can generally double that budget before it stops you from building. So now that's good. That's good. This doesn't necessarily have to be curved here. I can actually make this straight. One of the sad things about this game, well, I guess the interesting things about this game, even if I looked up a solution, I guarantee you that I wouldn't be able to replicate it. So essentially, even if you would try to cheat, it's still kind of locked to your ability to design things. Unless you actually take the time to look at everything piece for piece and go that far. But then there's no type of good feeling that you'll get from that. That's not an anchor. I just want this held up for now. Actually, I should have expected that to happen. It's a bad place to put that. So the problem that's coming here, because of how it's curved, as it's pushing inwards like this, all of the force that's going this way is just causing it to break. If I would have made it a straighter line, as it would have pushed in and actually got on, it would have pushed down at an angle like this. Either breaking that, or if I just connected that together, applying all the force down into this brace. Which if it was like that, I would have to angle this a little bit farther out, keeping that from breaking. Because it's at this jank little curve that I gave it, I'm having all kinds of issues. Because this part right here doesn't need the curve, it just needs to be higher than 2.5 meters. So essentially, it's going to have slight curvature to wherever 2.5 is. And then once it gets past that curvature, which I mean I can just attach the rest of this can essentially be straight. And then as it gets towards this side, this will have more of a straighter curve to it. Or not curve, a straighter line to it, not a curve. If I've learned anything from this game, curve roads are a pain in the butt. They don't keep pressure on them like straighter roads do. That and I suck at them because they use these weird braces that come out of the wall. They go up, around, and then back down. to hold everything up. And I'm not an engineer or a poly bridger that like hard, so I have no idea the weight distribution and all of that. So in essence, getting from there to there, from there to there, from there to there, shouldn't be too bad. So as long as it's below 2.5. Grid. It gives very, very little road clearance. But makes this so much easier. Remember when I said selected to material? I still had my rope selected. Okay, that's good to there, except for the point that, well, yeah, except for the point, period. You don't want a point to come there. And I think if I leave it like that, it's actually going to... No, this is down there. Yeah, they should be able to make it over that, no problem. Longer vehicles will bow them out on this. When do the hydraulics go? I don't need tips. I want to see level info. The hydraulics go after this makes it across. So I have no choice but to design this in such a way that this works. Oh, one thing I also noticed, or learned the other day, is that you can free the tangents. See, if you lock the tangents, anytime you move one, the other one moves as well. I didn't know that you can unlock the tangents, which allows you to get these nice, very good curvatures and things like that. Never knew that. Wish I would have known it. Never knew it. So I can get essentially any line that I want using these. So even if I want a straight line, all I have to do is just connect them at a specific point like that. Or just make it go through the line on both sides, and you have a straight line. So I mean, the curve, it's good, and I use that for most. The only problem that I'm going to run into now is that well, that's never gonna happen, but that's not what I want to see. I want to see if I have enough space. How that sits now, I will barely have enough space to ink by here. Barely. Now, obviously, I don't want that to be. Oh my. I don't want that to be that weird. That might hit the top of that boat. I'm gonna bring that up ever so slightly. And I did it again. something across, goes through, up, down, and around like that. Everything on this side will obviously be supported by the rock, and this side here, everything here will be put into a hydraulic system and supported from here. Yeah, there's no way to do this with just one road. I mean, I guess there is a way. You would have to create a path, essentially, like that. Have hydraulics here, maybe hydraulics there to raise that up. Which I can. Raise that up, lock that into place. After this goes over and through, lock it into place. Have that go across. I would then have to extend the road though from under here to up and about, and I'll have to have a hydraulic lift whatever this area is, and then lift that up to there and hold it to create one solid road across for them to go across. And that's the only thing I can generally think of right now. If I wanted to do all of this in one road. So you're essentially so satisfying. That's not an even amount of roads. That's unfortunate. Going from there to there to across from there. That's not an even amount of roads. If you do it this way with the pseudo line, it does automatically fill in everything as long as there's nothing in the way of the roads being formulated. It'll do it. It's like if I tried to go from, like, for example, here through here. If that's not a direct connection, it'll stop. Which, of course, it's a direct connection, so it's not gonna stop me. But if it tried to formulate a road and the end of the road was here, it would say can't make and wouldn't go any further. So, essentially, what I could do here, what's the hotkeys? Q and E. Easy way to see rotation of particular pieces is to create a copy of it and then press Q and E and just rotate it like that. It'll show you exactly the rotation of the particular road. So if you're wondering, hydraulic wise, where is this gonna pull? Create a copy, sit it on top, lift it up, and then you have your point of reference that I just screwed up because I didn't press enter like I wanted to. Or not enter, click. Scroll this up. Please stop moving the mouse. No. scroll this up. Make a pseudo bridge here, delete all of this. And all of that. And we're going to make a line from there to there. Bang, bang, bang. Delete this. I no longer need it. It showed me where I was going to rotate to. Finish this bridge going across from there to there. And there you have it. If I put a hydraulic here and I pull this up, it's going to essentially be here. So I actually don't need this. Now, the only requirements of that is I still need that 2.5, which I don't think I have here anymore. It goes from 2.9, 2.7. I may barely, and I mean barely, be able to keep that distance. So now that I have this particular issue settled, is this equidistance? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then a Chevy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, it's not equidistance. I mean, fair enough, I suppose. We go here, we click, we make copy. Oh. I mean, like, not supposed to be there. I mean, yeah. So that's actually all I need to make is that. Because this is on a platform, I need to make this to where that'll connect there. This will go across to here, to where it'll eventually raise up, snap into this point here. So I need that to connect to that, and that to connect to that. Now, generally, if there's more than one hydraulic phase, you'll get a hydraulic controller here that you click on, and you can say which one of these are open per particular phase. Like if I wanted these to open and these to stay closed on phase 1, and then these to open and these to stay closed on phase 2, you can program it all. This only has one stage of hydraulics. And what we're looking for is this to go all the way across. As soon as it hits this flag, this to lift up to there, this to lift up to there, and then everything be golden. things are going very swimmingly. This is an idea that I never thought of. Very simple. Just make one bridge. There's no point in making two. It saves a lot of budget. If they are the same distance wise, I should be able to take this, rotate this, and then 12 degrees. Slap that on, line it up, slap that on, send it the other way, 20 degrees. This side is different than that side. That's fun. I also didn't flip the horizontal, which is very important. Yeah. It's not exactly there. You see where that red X is? That's the same thing as with the line I was talking about earlier. If I try to place this anywhere where you see the red at, it's not going to place. I don't think this is the same all the way down either. Yeah. Absolutely different. What if I do that? And then the end here is obviously different. For now, I'm just going to connect these cross, because it doesn't necessarily matter. I'm going to have to uncross them for hydraulics and things like that. But for the moment, structural wise, I'm going to leave it like that. On these particular joints, you can select which side's which. Since it's only a single stage hydraulic, all you can do is 1s and 2s, but you can on multiple stages have 3 different separation points. I generally make 1 my main structure and then 2's the separating structure. This part right here is never going to move, so these should be 1s, and if you hover over the number, it shows you. All of these should be 1s because none of this is moving. This is moving, so everything on this side should be a 2. This beam's not moving, so this is going to lock this into place or make it a 1 depending on how many connections you have. This is a anchor point. That's why it's a lock. It's an anchor point. Both of these is set to 1, meaning this side, and this is locked into place. This part right here, these 2 pieces are going to move up. This beam here is going to stay in place. Other side, you'll do the same thing. You want to make this a 2 because both of these are the bridges, and then well, this is already an anchor point, so there's no need to set it as locked because it's not going to move regardless. When I get a hydraulic attached to this, or a hydraulic system, the hydraulic will be locked to the anchor point because it's not going to move. I mean, it's going to expand and contract, but the hydraulic itself isn't going to pivot. I guess pivot's the word I'm looking for. The parts that don't pivot are the ones that you don't want to move. Press that X to get rid of that shadow line. I don't, on the top of my head, know how much angle I'm actually going to need. I'm going to give this a little bit more support. Does it need it? Probably not. Am I going to give it to it anyway? Yeah. So now I need to have a point where I can hook the hydraulic. I'm going to go a little bit ridiculous and just hook it to a metal piece that comes out here. From there, I'm just going to hook it to this, and I'm going to keep it there. This is hooked to that, and that, all this is going to do is contract. Let's just say it's going to contract 100%, not 50%. Because here is 0. 50% versus 50%. 100% would be that point to that point, which is impossible. No matter what the hydraulic wants to do, this is the metal base right here. If you've ever seen an actual hydraulic, this is the piston that goes in and out of it. The piston can't go any further than the base because there's a little circly end on it where it's connected in. That's why it's 50. So as this sits, well, this ain't gonna really do anything because I guarantee you this is gonna break. But as it sits now, this is gonna try to pull this up. This is why I said here, this is gonna have to be taken out. This needs to be the point of pivot. So as this goes upwards, this is gonna slide over this way, and it needs that room to pivot. As this sits like this bar is going to keep this from flexing. You can push up all you want, but this bar is going to keep it from moving. That's why I said it was only temporary. And what needs to be done now is the bottom of this bridge needs to be supported by something. Well, I guess I can support it from the top here, which the hydraulics might be enough to support it on its own. Who knows? And I need to support this particularly from the bottom, and I think I might set the hydraulics to push this upwards by just using 2 hydraulics to just push this up using a anchor that I make here, as opposed to using this, building a contraption and then pulling it up that way. I don't know yet. I haven't decided. Will this hold this? No, it does not, because the structure's weak. Like I said, over-engineer, making it everything out of the most expensive materials if you have to. Then go back in and drop budget later. Make sure all of those stays as 1. Those are good. Alright, we are now essentially good. And I can go ahead and actually never press that button that clears your entire bridge. This broke because this went over the edge, correct? Yes. That's completely fine. Alright, crosswise, this is sufficient enough. If I have any problems, I can always use more hydraulics. I can build this up higher, use 2 separate hydraulics to pull this up as much as I need to. But for now, I just want this to be able to go across. I'll go back in and adjust the hydraulics later. This side is a lot more complicated. I'm actually debating on just putting a brace from here to here and extending this out another one or two, because I know it'll hold it for the most part. If it don't, that's what rope's for. A cable. I can just cable it so it still pulls upwards without having an issue. As I said, over engineer now. Yeah. That's definitely it. Heck. Nah, that's going overboard. Alright, now I need to set up essentially the same thing I did last time with the brace. However, I have to keep in mind that this side I'm using to lift this side up to there. Which, I mean, honestly, I could just put a little thing here, build it up, and attach a hydraulic down, and just connect it to the anchor points. Build a little house looking shape, boom, 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 with a triangle, a piston, or a double piston, or a double hydraulic, and just pull this up. And since this is going to be double anchor point, they essentially a box with an X with a triangle. This will never move. And I can attach it. Well, it'll be attached here. I'll make another little triangle and possibly attach it there, or just double hydraulic it down to attach to the bridge directly. Pull that completely up, make that level, and do things like that. Or I could stick with the original plan and just build a pseudo brace here. It'll be like from there over to here, down, and it'll be strutted triangle wise to where it can't fall and or break. And then hydraulics will be here, braced against the brace, of course, and then it'll just push it up. That will serve the dual purpose of when these put their weight down, the rest of the bridge isn't going to just immediately collapse and break. I don't even think I can actually create something like this. Again, there's no point in connecting a brace to another brace in this particular sorts, because they're both are a beam in between two braces, because it serves no purpose. As weird as it looks, just imagine there being an imagine it looking like that. I'm not going to be able to pull it from the top. This is too small now. I mean, in all actuality, I can just use a center point and extend these out if I need to, but I'm making things more and more complicated by the second. I don't want any of this moving, so all of that's going to be locked. Keep in mind that this is not enough hydraulic for this to pull this all the way up to there. It's not going to happen. But for the moment, I just want to build something strong enough to where this big boy can go across. In the middle here, I'm going to reconnect the road. And then I'm going to re-add the triangle that was sitting in the middle here. I don't think I actually need to brace that. I need to brace that. I'm actually going to fully brace this to see. Let me test something. Yeah. Okay. It's going to require additional support from the bottom, which means me lifting it from the top here isn't going to work unless I want to extend this brace out, which is going to use a lot of metal. I guess either way is, but it makes more sense to use this as a brace. Really, I can still get that from there, huh? What if... Hear me out. For the sake of testing, turn grid off so I can get that there. What if, for the sake of testing, and for here, I want to set this to expand, or it's just going to pull the bridge into the oblivion. We do want this to move this particular piece, so we want this attached to this, not the anchor. I'm going to pull this a little bit to the side so I can get an attachment point. And I'm going to essentially over-engineer the blank out of this. I'm going to use as much beams and everything as possible, and I will simplify it all later down the line. Not gonna lie, I got distracted making triangles. It's very easy to get distracted because it's very fun. I don't want this brace connected to the bridge because the bridge has to be lifted. And just because I can, I'm going to place this up against the wall. Not strong enough. Problem is, when he's going out on this, he's applying a pushing force, which is going to cause that to break almost every time. So putting a brace here isn't going to do anything, and attaching it here because it's just getting pushed. When in doubt, rope it out. That don't matter. Wait, wrong side. I think I decided I wanted to go one more out of this side anyway. Hmm. So this wants to be higher, so it has more leverage to pull on. If I make this any higher, the cables are going to go through the plane and get snapped. The weird thing about polybridge is weight isn't necessarily determined by the amount of material you have. It's determined by the amount of these nodes that you have. So if metal weighs 3 and wood weighs 1, this much wood, well heck, here to here to here to here weighs as much as that. This little triangle weighs the same amount as this because it's weighed by nodes instead of the amount of material. And that's one of the weird quirks about this game that makes it also unique, is that I can make the biggest triangles in the world and they're going to weigh just about as much as if I made a small triangle. The budget is usually the limiting factor there. I'm trying to think of a way to distribute weight better. Without ruining anything. Because if you have a weak side over here, you can literally just make an arch out and around and attach it from the top here. And then have the hydraulics come down here and raise it that way. Oh, speaking of, the hydraulics was supposed to be the main thing that holds that up, by the way. And I removed that. You know I was trouble when I logged in. Then I'm trolling all your friends right now. I'm actually semi-surprised that this wasn't able to be held up by cable. Cable is generally amazing in this game. Yeah, I was like, it works like metal. It shouldn't have this much of a difficulty taking this. And let's just say connecting it there. Like I said, keep in mind, this isn't enough range to pull this all the way up to there. It's not. But I just want it to essentially hold itself into position for now. So I can get to the testing phase. but it wants to fight with me. I mean, as far as I care, you can have two hydraulics if you want. I mean, essentially, we're just going to expand that and that. This side is not happy about me doing that, by the way. Add this back in. I guess it'd be better to make this side take that. So bang, bang. And bang. This isn't gonna work, but I am tired of your crap. It's just gonna take that from breaking here to breaking either here or there. Or it's just gonna break there again. I don't know why you gotta do me this way. Okay. Apparently the end of this rock doesn't exist. Say it ain't so. We'll slide this up a little bit and we'll find a spot to where this don't just immediately fall through the rock. That makes sense why that's still breaking, huh? Also, this can be brought down some. Turn grid back on. If you turn grid on and you use the black line and you just get it somewhat near, it'll usually do some sort of snapping motion. It's not always perfect, but that's actually atrocious. What has happened? I mean, as long as it's along the black line, I'm not too worried about it, but yeah, that can't go down far enough. We want to make this as less awkward as possible. I'm up to $91,000. Not very good. Sad thing is, I actually was on to something, making a simple road to go straight across that goes up like that. It's just this angle right here where it does the little flat area is what's throwing me off. So, I mean, I can brace all of this if I need to, but I shouldn't have to. I should be able to make, at most, one brace that comes down like a diamond that sits here. And then I don't know. I have an idea on that one. Let's see. You go here. You go here. Well, you go there. Stop. Something happens. You go there. F needs to go up here. Which, if you highlight it, the thing that stays bold over here is where it needs to go. So it needs to go up top. Which takes a hydraulic. A2's flag is up here, and A1 needs to get up there. I see how this is a pain. Are you fast? You're not very fast. If you were fast, I would just swing this around and try to do something weird. So, taxi and this guy go. Boom, boom. Hydraulics activate, pulling this up. Boat comes through. A1 then activates. Unhooking, hooking, doing whatever needs to be done. Hydraulics then go back down into place. This guy then goes. So I probably need the hydraulics this upwards. This guy will go up there. Hydraulic then lets things back down or up. They just activate again. Oh, I forgot to mention. This symbol right here means that once the car touches this, it turns around and goes the opposite direction. I don't need to take this around and up. That's going to go here. I probably need to pull this up to here, and then it'll go that way. This car will come over to here. They'll probably both be pulled up together. That one will go this way, and this one will go that way. So that's the end of that. So this is going to go here. This is going to go here. This is going to go up, left, right. Which means I don't even need that portion. At least not like that. Where does this bus go? Oh no, that's the A2 bus. I just said that. Alright, so this is gonna go, this is gonna go here. As soon as this stops, this is gonna be pulled up. The boat's gonna go underneath. This is gonna go back down. This is gonna continue forward. These are gonna go up. This is then going to go across, so in that stage I need to pull this up. So its flag's right there, right? F? No, F. F's flag is down there. So I don't need to do anything. Yeah, the only thing I need to do is hydraulic this up and then hydraulic this up. So this goes across, this pulls up, this parks its butt here, this parks its butt here. This then goes back down. This guy comes across, this goes up, they go that way. So I need to just set up a hydraulic to... So why exactly did I put a curve here initially? Why is this curved? Well, I mean, I know why it's curved, because it's easier to do hydraulics that way, but that's not necessary. I can just use this to pull all of that up. Or I can break it there and there and just use a hydraulic to pull this up and pull that up that way. I only have one hydraulic. Oh. Double duty. I see. That's what makes this difficult. Could create a mechanism like an elevator. Have these two, when they sit on this, have these unlock, make this go down, and as they sink down, the mechanism essentially raises this as a counterweight. I mean, it'll be a hydraulic, but you know what I mean. I'd pull that up, then the weight of that will give it that extra length that it needs. But then, when it goes back into place, cha-ching, then what? These are still there and they need to move down. Even if I make the hydraulic extend, it's only going to extend a very little amount. The maximum hydraulic length is that. That's all I'll get, is a very little bit of there. If that's enough to get that up there, then I'll just extend this down. Essentially forcing that to move up and completing the level. But something tells me it's not that easy. Then the only thing I would have to do is create a elevator style mechanism, which sucks because I don't have any type of bearing or anything. I can just stretch this over to make it move, so I'm going to have some sort of pivot mechanism, which you can usually do with a rope. And as this gets pulled up, this goes down, and when this goes up, this will go further down. So you're essentially going to be looking at like a dumbbell waiter. You're going to have something attached here, something's going to be attached here. This is going to be your mechanism here. Pardon my terrible drawing. This is going to come around about here. Match the scale. Attach to the top of Whatever this is holding, this will be the truss that holds it. It'll be attached up here. But for demonstration purposes, it'll probably be attached there. But let's just make it simple scale. And then from here, something's gonna have to be made here to support this particular trigger mechanism. And the idea here is it's gonna work exactly like a scale. When these two cars are on this side, the scale's gonna tip down this way, raising this up to above the boat. If I can get it perfect, then I can actually make a perfect line and make it semi-stop. I can actually make this lock here. Then this side won't pull anymore, and this side will just continue to pull up past it, going up like that. But it doesn't matter. It goes up, bang, everything's good. And then it comes back down. This comes back up, all with the help of a hydraulic, of course. Click, click. Now comes the problem of if the hydraulic can't essentially push this up to where this road up here gets here, then I have to find some other way to continue that. When does F car move? Yeah, F car moves right in between two hydraulic steps. So as soon as all of this would come back together, F car would go across. Then there would be one final hydraulic to lift this up to here, which would bring this down and lock into here. And essentially that's how I'd want this to work. I would just have to design a mechanism to make this into essentially a scale. You're looking at 6 and 4 is 10. So I'm gonna have to counterweight that this side to equal that 10 weight as well, make them balanced, and then essentially find out however many counterweights I need on this side to lift that up all the way. And that's going to be a lot of testing to figure out how many counterweights I need on this side to force this up to there. And I'll use that weight to be essentially a high. So yeah, if I have a long enough counterweight, it doesn't matter if the hydraulic gets me there or not. So do I even necessarily need the scale? Because I could just set this lengthwise. I guess I do need the scale at the end. But I can just set this lengthwise, have the hydraulic lift all of this up out of the way. Or I can even just attach this here. I don't know. I'm going to save this for now and name it scale. And what I'm going to do is what I always do. I'm about ready to go online and I'm going to look up a scale. And next time we play, I will have the know-abouts of how to make a scale in Polybridge. I'm not going to look at the solution, But I definitely am going to figure out how a scale's balanced. And this is essentially what I do when it comes to things that I particularly don't understand. So then we open up. Here we go to. Well, I'm already in Google. No, I'm not. Well, yeah, I am. We click on images and type in scale. And usually you can just click on a picture to figure out how scales work. So I'm gonna have to have a base, which I already have an anchor that I can base off of. I need to make a tower, and off of the tower I need to have a point of rotation, and off of that coming two arms, which will just be muscles in this case, and from there have this anchor leading to the outside of the bridge. By base, one bridge weighs more than the other though. So I'm gonna have to even that out to figure out how much more those two cars are gonna weigh more than the other. The bridge, or the big bridge. If they're exactly the same, heck yes. Because then I can just add counterweights equal to however much it needs to go up and end that. So essentially, I just need to make something in the end, and I need to have a pivot point here. Which that's what I essentially figured a scale was just something with a pivot point that balances perfectly. Muscles should be able to balance from a pivot point. If I just muscle it out, attach it, muscle it, and then separate this and then combine them together with a pivot point. Those will be the bridges. The two cars will sit on this side, the other car will sit over here, or bridge part will sit over here. It'll have a counterweight on it, and then whichever side is weakest, I'll have the hydraulic on to either essentially pull if it needs a little bit more here or a little bit more there, and then the counterweight will do the rest. Challenge mode of that bridge probably takes away the hydraulic and makes you do it as a scale. So I might try to do it without the hydraulic if possible. But that's generally when I look up. I understand how this works. Then I go, how a balance scale works. And we go here. And then we look. The scale functions like a seesaw, with each of the two pans attached to a beam over a centered pivot point. So in the middle, I just need a pivot point. And reading it like that, I don't even need to make a circle with a pivot point in the middle. I can just leave a triangle essentially at the end and have the scale run over it to create a seesaw. So I don't even need a scale. I don't need to go this far, even though that's essentially what I'm making. I can just do seesaw. And that's what I want to make. That right there. I need a base that goes up, that connects, and have each side essentially be a part of the bridge that seesaws back and forth. And if I need more than one set of weights during the hydraulic phases, I can always drop a weight if there are any issues when it's actually loading on. Yep, that's what we're looking for right there. I'm going to have basically a triangle in the bottom. And then at the top, I'm going to have the arms, which are probably going to be muscles. Might be something else, depending on what I feel like I can create. And on the ends, it's going to essentially be this, but it's going to have ropes tied on the end, and it's going to be like a scale. And that's what we're going to shoot for next time. Thank you for everybody who has stopped by. It's almost 6 hours, so yeah, I'm definitely going to get off. I might stream more, I might stream less. My voice is... I might get strep throat or something like that and end up not being able to stream. So if you don't hear from me, something probably happened, or I'm just sick, and I will be back as soon as possible. Until then, I'm going to take my own advice and supplement my lifestyle. Supplement my lifestyle. So make sure that you supplement your lifestyle. Thanks for stopping by.